History is often remembered through moments. A single battle, a single speech, a single assassination. But history is rarely changed by a single moment. More often, it is shaped by years, sometimes decades, of decisions, rivalries, ambitions, and mistakes. Few events illustrate this better than the First World War. It began with 2 gunshots fired on a summer morning in Sarajevo. Yet those shots alone did not start a global conflict. Within just 37 days, Europe's greatest powers would descend into war. Empires that had ruled for centuries would begin to collapse. Entire generations would vanish on battlefields stretching from Belgium to the Middle East. More than 16 million people would lose their lives. Over 20 million more would be wounded. The world that emerged afterward would never be the same. The First World War transformed warfare. It introduced tanks, poison gas, strategic bombing, submarine warfare, and industrialized destruction on a scale humanity had never experienced before. It destroyed for great empires, created new nations, redrew the map of Europe, gave birth to revolutions, and laid the foundations for an even more devastating conflict, the Second World War. Yet despite its enormous impact, the story of the First World War is often reduced to a few familiar images. A young assassin, mud-filled trenches, the Treaty of Versailles, but the real story is far more complex. Why did Europe become so unstable before 1914? How did one regional crisis pull an entire continent into war? Why did millions of soldiers remain trapped in trenches for years? How did the balance of power finally shift? Why did the peace that followed fail to prevent another global catastrophe? These questions cannot be answered through isolated events. They can only be understood by seeing the whole picture. In this documentary, we will follow the complete story. From the growing tensions before the war to the July crisis. From the battlefields of the Western Front to the revolutions that reshaped Europe. From the peace negotiations in Paris to the political failures that ultimately led the world back into war. This is not simply the story of the First World War. It is the story of how the modern world was born. This is the complete story of World War I.
71. Inside the grand hall of mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, the air was heavy with ceremony. Golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Mirrors reflected the uniforms of generals, princes, and kings. Every wall around them had been built to celebrate the glory of France. But on that day, France was not the nation being honored. Germany was. Only months earlier, France had suffered a crushing defeat in the Franco-Prussian War. Its army had collapsed. Emperor Napoleon III had been captured. Paris had been surrounded. And now, inside the most famous palace in France, the German states were about to declare the birth of a new empire. King Wilhelm I of Prussia was proclaimed German emperor. For the German people, it was a moment of triumph. For the first time in modern history, most German-speaking states were united under one flag. One empire, one army, one future. But for France, it was a humiliation that would not be forgotten. Germany had not only defeated France, it had chosen Versailles, the symbol of French pride, as the place to announce its own rise. The message was clear. France had fallen. Germany had risen. And the balance of power in Europe had changed forever. The humiliation did not end there. Under the Treaty of Frankfurt, France was forced to surrender Alsace and Lorraine. These were not just 2 regions on a map. They were rich in resources, strategically important, and emotionally painful. Across France, children would grow up learning about the lost provinces. In classrooms, maps marked Alsace and Lorraine as lands that one day had to be recovered. A wound had opened in the French national memory, and it would remain there for decades. Germany, meanwhile, entered the future with confidence. It was young, united, ambitious, and powerful. Few people standing in the Hall of Mirrors that day could have imagined it. But the celebration of German unity had quietly planted one of the first seeds of the First World War. After 1871, Germany was no longer a collection of divided states. It had become one nation, one government, one economy, one army. And with unity came speed. Factories began to rise across the country. Railways connected cities that had once stood apart. Coal mines worked day and night. Steel mills burned like furnaces in the dark. In the Ruhr Valley, smoke covered the sky as trains carried coal, iron, and steel across the empire. Germany was growing faster than almost anyone had expected. Its universities produced engineers and scientists. Its companies became leaders in chemicals, machinery, and industry. Its army was already feared across Europe, and its people began to believe that Germany deserved more than respect. It deserved influence. It deserved colonies. It deserved a place among the greatest powers in the world. But Germany had arrived late. By the time it became powerful, much of the world had already been divided. Britain had the largest empire on earth. France controlled vast territories overseas. Russia stretched across an enormous landmass. Germany looked at this world and asked a dangerous question. If we are strong, why should we remain small? That question would soon worry every major power in Europe, especially Britain. Because Germany did not only want factories. It did not only want an army. It wanted a navy. And for Britain, that changed everything. For Britain, the sea was not simply a source of power. It was survival. Britain was an island empire. Its food, trade, colonies, and security all depended on the Royal Navy. As long as Britain ruled the seas, Britain felt safe. But when Germany began building a modern fleet, British leaders saw more than ambition. They saw a threat. France could challenge Germany on land. Russia could challenge Germany in the east. But a German navy challenged Britain in the one place it could not afford to lose: the ocean. Then, in 1906, Britain launched a battleship that changed naval warfare forever. Its name was HMS Dreadnought. It was faster, more powerful, more heavily armed. Overnight, older battleships seemed outdated. Britain had raised the standard. Germany refused to fall behind. Shipyards expanded. Naval budgets increased. Steel plates were cut. Guns were mounted. And across the North Sea, two great powers began watching each other with growing suspicion. Every British ship demanded a German answer. Every German ship demanded a British response. No one had fired a shot. But Europe was already preparing for war. As Germany grew stronger, Europe's old balance began to weaken. Every major power understood that no country could stand alone forever. If strength could not be found in armies alone, it could be found in promises, alliances, treaties, diplomatic agreements written in quiet rooms, far away from the eyes of ordinary people. At first, these agreements seemed sensible. If one country were attacked, another would come to its defense. The idea was simple: make war so dangerous that no one would dare begin one. But every promise created a new fear. Every alliance made one country feel safer, and another feel surrounded. Slowly, Europe began to divide. In 1879, Germany signed a defensive agreement with Austria-Hungary. Austria-Hungary was not a nation built around one people. It was an empire of many languages, cultures, and ethnic groups. Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Croats, Serbs, Romanians, Poles, Italians, and many others. Holding such an empire together was becoming harder every year. Austria-Hungary feared nationalism. Germany feared France. Their fears were different, but their interests met. If either country were attacked, the other would help. This became known as the Dual Alliance. 3 years later, in 1882, Italy joined. The agreement became the Triple Alliance. On paper, Europe still looked peaceful. There were no trenches, no millions of soldiers marching across borders. Only signatures, seals, handshakes. But those signatures were quietly changing the future. Because when nations tie their security together, their decisions are no longer entirely their own. If one ally falls into crisis, the others may soon be pulled in as well. It was like tying climbers together on the same rope. As long as everyone kept their balance, the rope offered protection. But if one slipped, all could be dragged down. France understood this danger better than most. Since 1871, it had lived with the memory of defeat. Alsace and Lorraine remained lost. Germany remained powerful. France needed a partner. That partner came in 1894. France and Russia signed a military alliance. The two countries were very different. France was a republic. Russia was ruled by a czar. But geopolitics often ignores ideology. Both feared Germany, and that was enough. For Germany, this was the nightmare Bismarck had spent years trying to avoid. A powerful enemy in the west, another in the east, a two-front war. Then Britain began to move. For a long time, Britain had preferred to remain apart from European rivalries. Its empire stretched across the world. Its attention was on India, Africa, the Middle East, and the oceans. But Germany's growing navy changed British thinking. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Britain moved closer to Germany's rivals. In 1904, Britain reached an agreement with France. It was called the Entente Cordiale. In 1907, Britain reached another agreement with Russia. Together, Britain, France, and Russia formed what became known as the Triple Entente. Europe was now divided into two great camps. On one side stood Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. On the other stood France, Russia, and Britain. These alliances were meant to preserve peace. But they created a dangerous question. If a crisis broke out between two smaller countries, could it stay small? Or would one promise pull in another until all of Europe was involved? The place most likely to test that question was not Berlin, not Paris, not London, but a troubled region in southeastern Europe where empires weakened, nationalism burned, and every crisis seemed to bring the continent closer to disaster. The Balkans. The Balkans had never been an easy place to govern. For centuries, it had been one of the most diverse regions in Europe. Serbs, Croats, Bosniaks, Bulgarians, Greeks, Romanians, Albanians. Many peoples, many languages, many religions. And for hundreds of years, much of the region had been ruled by the Ottoman Empire. But by the late 19th century, the Ottoman Empire was weakening, slowly, relentlessly. Province after province slipped from its control. As Ottoman authority faded, new nations began to emerge. Some declared independence. Others demanded more land. And many believed that people who shared the same language, culture, or religion should be united in one nation. This idea was called nationalism. For ordinary people, nationalism could mean hope. The hope of self-rule, the hope of identity, the hope of building a homeland. But for empires, nationalism looked like danger, especially for Austria-Hungary. Austria-Hungary ruled over millions of people from many ethnic backgrounds. If one group demanded independence, others might follow. And if enough groups followed, the empire itself could begin to collapse. No movement worried Vienna more than the rise of Serbia. Serbia was still a small kingdom, but it carried a much larger dream. Many Serbian nationalists believed that all South Slavic peoples should one day be united into a single state. That dream included millions of Slavs living inside Austria-Hungary. To Serbian nationalists, they were brothers waiting to be reunited. To Austria-Hungary, they were imperial subjects. Those two visions could not easily exist side by side. Russia watched closely. For centuries, Russia had seen itself as the protector of Slavic peoples and Orthodox Christians in the Balkans. Supporting Serbia was not only a matter of politics. It was a matter of pride. Austria-Hungary wanted Serbia contained. Germany stood behind Austria-Hungary. France stood beside Russia. Britain watched with concern. And without realizing it, the great alliances of Europe were becoming tied to every crisis in the Balkans. A local argument was no longer just local. A border dispute was no longer just a border dispute. In this region, a small crisis could become a European crisis. Then, in 1908, Austria-Hungary made a move that shocked Serbia. It formally annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia had a large Slavic population. Many Serbs believed it should one day become part of a greater Serbian state. Instead, it was absorbed into Austria-Hungary. Anger spread quickly through Serbia. Nationalist groups gained new supporters. Anti-Austrian feeling grew stronger. Russia protested. But Russia was still recovering from its defeat in the Russo-Japanese War. It was not ready for a major confrontation. So it backed down. The crisis ended. But the resentment remained. It did not disappear. It only waited for another opportunity. For a few years, Europe breathed a cautious sigh of relief. Another crisis had passed. Another war had been avoided. But the problems beneath the surface had not been solved. They had only grown deeper. And in 1912, the fragile peace finally broke. Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Montenegro formed the Balkan League. Their goal was simple: drive the weakening Ottoman Empire out of Europe. When the war began, events moved faster than anyone expected. The Ottoman armies, once feared across Europe, could not withstand the combined assault. Town after town fell. Province after province was lost. By the end of the war, the Ottoman Empire had lost almost all of its remaining European territory. Across the Balkans, people celebrated. Many believed a new era had begun. But victory created a new problem. Winning the war had been easier than dividing the prize. The former Ottoman lands had to be shared, and every victor believed it deserved more. The greatest disagreement centered on Macedonia. Serbia wanted it. Bulgaria wanted it. Greece wanted part of it as well. The alliance that had defeated a common enemy quickly collapsed. Only months later, the former allies turned their guns on one another. The Second Balkan War had begun. This time, Bulgaria fought against Serbia, Greece, Romania, and even the Ottoman Empire. The conflict was short, but the consequences were enormous. When the fighting ended in 1913, Bulgaria had been defeated. Serbia emerged stronger than ever. Its territory had expanded. Its population had grown. Its army had gained experience. And its confidence had never been higher. In Serbia, many believed their country had become the leading power of the Balkans. But in Vienna, Serbia's victory looked like a warning. A larger Serbia meant stronger nationalism. Stronger nationalism meant greater unrest among Slavs inside Austria-Hungary. Officials in Vienna began to fear that Serbia could inspire rebellion within the empire itself. For some Austrian leaders, Serbia had become too dangerous to ignore. If action were ever to be taken, perhaps it should be taken soon. By the beginning of 1914, Europe still looked peaceful on the surface. Trains crossed borders. Markets remained open. Diplomats attended dinners and conferences. Ordinary families lived their daily lives. But beneath that calm surface, the continent had become dangerously fragile. The alliances were in place. The armies were prepared. The war plans had been written. All that was missing was one event powerful enough to set everything in motion. That moment arrived on the morning of June 28, 1914. Not in a royal palace, not in a military headquarters, but on the streets of Sarajevo. Sarajevo awoke to a warm summer morning. It was Sunday, June 28, 1914. For most of the city's residents, it seemed like an ordinary day. Shopkeepers opened their doors. Street vendors arranged fresh fruit and newspapers. Children chased one another through narrow streets. People gathered along the Epilogue quay, hoping to catch a glimpse of an important visitor. Few imagined they were about to witness one of the most consequential mornings in modern history. That morning, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, arrived in Sarajevo with his wife, Sophie. Officially, the visit was meant to inspect military exercises and attend a civic reception. To Vienna, it was a routine state visit. To many people in Bosnia, it was simply another royal procession. But to a handful of young men waiting quietly among the crowd, it represented something very different. Months earlier, a secret nationalist organization known as the Black Hand had begun planning an assassination. Their objective was clear: strike a blow against Austria-Hungary. Inspire South Slavs to fight for independence. Among those chosen for the mission was a 19-year-old student named Gavrilo Princip. He was thin, quiet, almost unnoticed among the spectators lining the streets. Like the others, he carried a pistol, a hand grenade, and a cyanide capsule. Each conspirator stood at a different point along the Archduke's planned route. If one failed, another would have the chance to act. Shortly after 10 o'clock, the royal motorcade left the railway station. 6 open automobiles moved slowly through Sarajevo. The Archduke sat beside Sophie in an open-top Grafen-Stift touring car. Security was remarkably light. No armored vehicles, no bulletproof glass. Few believed anyone would attempt an assassination in broad daylight. As the convoy approached the first conspirator, he froze. The opportunity passed. The second conspirator also hesitated. Then came Nedeljko Čebrinović. He pulled a grenade from his pocket, struck the detonator, and threw it toward the Archduke's car. The driver saw the object at the last second. He accelerated. The grenade bounced off the folded roof and exploded beneath the next vehicle. The blast injured several officers and civilians. Smoke filled the street. People screamed. The convoy sped away. Čebrinović swallowed his cyanide capsule and leapt into the nearby river. The poison failed. The river was barely knee-deep. Within moments, he was arrested. To almost everyone, the assassination attempt appeared to have failed. The danger seemed over. Franz Ferdinand continued to City Hall. There, he reportedly remarked with visible frustration, "I come here as your guest, and they throw bombs at me." Yet, despite the attack, he refused to cancel the rest of his visit. Instead, he made an unexpected decision. He wanted to visit the officers who had been wounded by the explosion. It was a compassionate gesture, one that seemed perfectly reasonable. No one realized that it would lead directly to catastrophe. A new route was prepared to avoid the city center, or at least, that was the intention. Somehow, the driver of the Archduke's car never received the updated instructions. As the motorcade left City Hall, it followed the original route. No one noticed immediately. Then, near the Latin Bridge, an officer shouted, "Wrong way!" The driver slammed on the brakes. The car slowed, then began reversing. For only a few seconds, the Archduke's automobile stood completely still. Standing only a few steps away was Gavrilo Princip. Moments earlier, he believed the mission had failed. He had wandered toward a nearby delicatessen. Now, history had placed the Archduke directly in front of him. It was an opportunity no assassin could have planned. Princip stepped forward, raised his FN Model 1910 pistol, and fired twice. The first bullet struck Sophie. The second entered Franz Ferdinand's neck. Witnesses later recalled the Archduke's final words. "Sofrel, don't die. Stay alive for our children." Within minutes, both were dead. For the people standing on that street, it was a shocking murder. Nothing more. No one believed those two shots would soon involve dozens of nations. No one imagined that millions of soldiers would one day die because of what had happened in Sarajevo. To them, it was simply the assassination of a royal heir. But in capitals across Europe, telegrams were already being drafted. Diplomats were requesting emergency meetings. Military leaders were asking for reports. The machinery of international politics had begun to move. And once it started, it would prove almost impossible to stop. When the gunfire finally faded in Sarajevo, Europe did not go to war. Not immediately. In fact, for several days, the continent remained surprisingly calm. Shops stayed open. Trains continued to cross borders. Stock markets continued trading. Most newspapers treated the assassination as a major tragedy, but not as the beginning of a world war. Many Europeans believed this crisis would end like so many others before it. With diplomacy, with negotiation, with compromise. They had no idea. The countdown had already begun. Inside the imperial capital of Vienna, the mood was very different. To many leaders of Austria-Hungary, the assassination was not simply the work of one young fanatic. It was the latest proof that Serbia had become a dangerous threat to the empire. Whether the Serbian government had planned the attack remained uncertain. Evidence was incomplete. Opinions differed. But for several powerful officials, the conclusion had already been reached. Serbia had to be punished. Not next year, not someday, now. There was only one concern: Russia. Everyone understood that if Austria-Hungary attacked Serbia, Russia might intervene. And if Russia entered the conflict, Austria-Hungary could not face such a war alone. Before making any decision, Vienna needed one answer. Would Germany stand beside them? On July 5, 1914, Austrian officials traveled to Berlin. The meeting lasted only a short time. Germany's answer was immediate: yes. Germany promised its full support, even if Russia became involved. Historians would later call this commitment the blank check. Not because an actual check was signed, but because Germany had effectively given Austria-Hungary permission to act without fear of losing its strongest ally. For Vienna, it changed everything. The hesitation disappeared. Military preparations quietly accelerated. Still, Austria-Hungary waited. Nearly 3 weeks passed. The delay confused many governments across Europe. Some believed Vienna had decided not to fight after all. Others assumed diplomacy was still possible. But the delay had another purpose. Military mobilization required time. Diplomatic support had to be secured. Public opinion had to be prepared. Austria-Hungary wanted the world to believe that every peaceful option had been exhausted. Only then would it strike. On the evening of July 23rd, an Austrian diplomat walked into the Serbian Foreign Ministry in Belgrade. He carried a document only a few pages long. Its impact would be enormous. It was an ultimatum. 10 demands. Each one had to be accepted within 48 hours. Some demands were reasonable. Others were deeply humiliating. One required Austrian investigators to operate inside Serbia itself, for any independent nation that crossed the line. Accepting such a demand would mean surrendering part of its own sovereignty. Europe held its breath. Would Serbia accept? Or would it refuse and risk war? The Serbian government worked through the night. Every sentence was debated, every word carefully chosen. Serbia knew it could not defeat Austria-Hungary alone. Its leaders wanted to avoid war if at all possible. When the reply was delivered on July 25th, it surprised almost everyone. Serbia accepted nearly every demand. It agreed to arrest suspects, suppress anti-Austrian propaganda, punish officials connected to extremist organizations. Only one major point remained. Serbia refused to allow Austrian officials to conduct investigations inside Serbian territory. Even many foreign diplomats considered the reply remarkably moderate. Some believed the crisis was over. Even Kaiser Wilhelm II reportedly remarked that Serbia's response offered a good basis for negotiation. But by then, events had already moved beyond negotiation. Austria-Hungary had not written the ultimatum merely to obtain concessions. It had written it expecting rejection. War had become the preferred solution. On July 28, 1914, exactly 1 month after the assassination in Sarajevo, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. Soon afterward, artillery shells exploded across the Danube River. Belgrade came under bombardment. The conflict had begun. At first, it still appeared to be a local war. Austria-Hungary against Serbia. Nothing more. But Europe had spent decades building a web of alliances. Now, the first thread had been pulled, and the entire web began to tighten. Austria-Hungary had declared war on Serbia. For a brief moment, many leaders still hoped the fighting could be contained. Perhaps this would remain a conflict between two nations. Perhaps diplomacy could still prevent a wider catastrophe. But there was one country that could not remain indifferent. Russia. For generations, Russia had seen itself as the protector of the Slavic peoples. Serbia was more than a small Balkan kingdom. It was an ally, a symbol of Russian influence in southeastern Europe. If Serbia were defeated without resistance, Russia's standing among the Slavic nations would be shattered. Tsar Nicholas II now faced an impossible choice. Stand aside and watch Serbia fall, or intervene and risk dragging Europe into war. At first, Russia ordered only a partial mobilization. The intention was to pressure Austria-Hungary without provoking Germany. But military mobilization was never a simple switch that could be turned on and off. Millions of reservists had to be called home. Railway timetables had to be rewritten. Horses, food, ammunition, and supplies had to be assembled. Once the process began, it became incredibly difficult to stop. Russian generals warned the Tsar that a partial mobilization would create confusion. Either mobilize completely or not at all. On July 30th, 1914, Nicholas II made his decision. He approved a general mobilization of the Russian army. In Berlin, the news arrived like an alarm bell. For years, German military planners had prepared for exactly this situation. Germany could not afford to fight Russia and France at the same time. If Russia was mobilizing, Germany believed it had to move immediately. Delay meant disaster. Waiting meant giving Russia time to gather its enormous army. And German strategy had long been built around one assumption: strike first, strike fast. Win in the west, then turn east. The plan had a name: the Schlieffen Plan. Designed years earlier by Count Alfred von Schlieffen, it aimed to avoid a prolonged two-front war. The idea was simple. France could mobilize quickly. Russia, because of its vast size, would need more time. Germany would therefore defeat France first, before turning its full strength against Russia. On paper, the plan seemed brilliant. In reality, it depended on one critical assumption: that Germany could move through Belgium. The direct border between France and Germany was heavily fortified. Breaking through it would be slow and costly. Military planners believed the fastest route to Paris lay across neutral Belgium. Belgium had declared its neutrality decades earlier. Several European powers, including Britain, had guaranteed that neutrality. To German generals, military necessity outweighed diplomatic agreements. If Belgium stood in the way, Germany would march through Belgium. On August 2nd, Germany sent an ultimatum. Belgium was asked to allow German troops free passage. The Belgian government refused. Its answer was clear: Belgium would defend its neutrality, no matter the cost. For Germany, there was no turning back. On August 3rd, 1914, Germany declared war on France. At dawn the following day, German troops crossed the Belgian frontier. The Schlieffen Plan had begun. Across Belgium, church bells rang. Railway stations filled with young soldiers. Farmers watched long columns of German troops moving through fields that only days earlier had been peaceful. Bridges were seized. Roads filled with artillery. The war was no longer a diplomatic crisis. It had become a military invasion. And somewhere across the English Channel, Britain was watching. For years, British leaders had hoped to avoid becoming involved in a continental war. Now, Belgium changed everything. For decades, Britain had tried to stay out of Europe's rivalries. Its empire stretched across continents. Its navy ruled the oceans. Its prosperity depended on trade, not on war in Central Europe. Many members of the British government still believed the conflict could remain limited. Some argued Britain had no obligation to fight. Others warned that intervention would only make the crisis worse. The cabinet was deeply divided. Even Parliament was uncertain. But then, Germany crossed the Belgian border. Everything changed. Belgium was not simply another country on the map. Its neutrality had been guaranteed by the great European powers under the Treaty of London of 1839. Britain had signed that treaty. For 75 years, it had promised to defend Belgian neutrality if it were violated. Now, that promise was being tested. For Britain, this was no longer only about Belgium. It was about credibility. If Britain abandoned its commitment today, who would trust its promises tomorrow? Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey understood the gravity of the moment. As Europe moved toward war, he is remembered for words that have echoed through history. The lamps are going out all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime. Whether every word was spoken exactly as remembered, the meaning captured the mood of an entire generation. Europe was entering darkness. On the afternoon of August 4th, 1914, Britain delivered its final ultimatum to Germany. Withdraw your forces from Belgium. Respect Belgian neutrality. Avoid a wider war. Germany did not comply. At 11 p.m. London time, Britain declared war on Germany. Church bells rang. Crowds gathered outside Buckingham Palace. Young men cheered in the streets. Bands played patriotic music. Across the empire, from Canada to Australia, from New Zealand to India, millions suddenly found themselves at war. What had begun as a dispute in the Balkans had become a conflict stretching across the globe. Within only 37 days, Europe had transformed completely. On June 28th, an Archduke was assassinated in Sarajevo. Number 20. On July 28th, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. On August 1st, Germany declared war on Russia. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France. On August 4th, Britain entered the conflict. One declaration of war triggered another. One alliance activated the next. One mobilization forced another mobilization. The system that had been designed to preserve peace had instead guaranteed escalation. The great powers had built a machine over 4 decades, a machine powered by alliances, nationalism, industrial strength, military planning, and mutual suspicion. Once it was set in motion, no single leader could stop it. Across Europe, railway stations filled with families saying goodbye. Young soldiers smiled for photographs. Many carried flowers tucked into their uniforms. Some promised to return before Christmas. Most believed the war would last only a few months. None of them had seen modern industrial warfare. None of them could imagine trenches stretching for hundreds of miles. Machine guns cutting down entire battalions. Poison gas drifting across silent battlefields. Cities reduced to rubble. Or a generation that would become known as the Lost Generation. The war they expected to be short would last more than 4 years. It would claim the lives of approximately 20 million people. It would destroy 4 great empires. The German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. It would redraw the map of Europe, transform global politics, and leave behind problems that would eventually lead to an even greater conflict, the Second World War. Looking back today, it is tempting to believe that the First World War was inevitable. But history is rarely inevitable. At every stage, there were choices. After 1871, leaders could have pursued reconciliation instead of revenge. During the naval race, they could have chosen cooperation over competition. During the July crisis, they could have accepted compromise instead of ultimatums. Each decision seemed reasonable to those making it. Each step appeared manageable. Yet together, those decisions created a path that became almost impossible to leave. The First World War was not caused by a single bullet, nor by a single nation. It was the result of more than 40 years of ambition, fear, miscalculation, and promises that gradually turned Europe into a continent where one local crisis could ignite a global catastrophe. History reminds us that the greatest disasters rarely begin with one dramatic moment. They begin quietly, one decision at a time, until, almost without anyone noticing, there is no way back. Across Europe, railway stations were filled with laughter. Young men leaned from train windows, waving to parents, wives, brothers, and children standing on crowded platforms. Many carried flowers tucked into their uniforms. Others smiled proudly for photographs. Bands played patriotic songs. Flags fluttered in the summer breeze. Most believed the war would be over within a few months. Many promised they would be home before Christmas. No one knew that for countless families, this would be the last goodbye. As the trains disappeared into the distance, Europe still believed it was marching toward victory.
Instead, it was marching into a kind of war the world had never seen. Machine guns, barbed wire, poison gas, heavy artillery, airplanes, submarines. Technology that had once symbolized progress would now become instruments of destruction. Entire towns would disappear. Empires that had ruled for centuries would collapse. A generation of young men would never return home. When the guns finally fell silent in November 1918, approximately 20 million people had lost their lives. Millions more returned home wounded, both in body and in mind. 4 great empires had vanished from the map. Europe itself had been transformed. But perhaps the greatest tragedy was this: many believed they had fought the war that would end all wars. History would prove them wrong. Only 21 years later, the world would once again descend into an even greater catastrophe. The Second World War. The First World War was never the story of one assassination, nor one emperor, nor one alliance. It was the story of decades of ambition, fear, miscalculation, and ordinary people caught in the decisions of extraordinary times. History rarely changes in a single moment. It changes one decision at a time, one promise at a time, one mistake at a time. Until there is simply no way back.
Fade to black, 1914 to 1918. Over 20 million lives lost. The assassination in Sarajevo shocked Europe, but the shooting itself did not make war inevitable. For a brief moment, peace was still possible. The next 5 weeks would become one of the greatest diplomatic crises in modern history. Every telegram, every meeting, every political decision would bring Europe one step closer to catastrophe. The July crisis had begun. By the summer of 1914, Europe appeared to be stronger than ever. Its cities were thriving, its industries were booming, its empires stretched across the globe. Scientific discoveries were transforming everyday life, and new technologies promised an even brighter future. To many Europeans, the 20th century seemed destined to become an age of peace and progress. But appearances can be deceiving. Beneath the prosperity, beneath the grand boulevards of Paris, the busy ports of London, and the magnificent palaces of Vienna and Berlin, Europe was becoming increasingly unstable. For decades, the continent's great powers had been competing for wealth, territory, and global influence. The British Empire ruled nearly a quarter of the world's population. France possessed vast colonial territories across Africa and Asia. Meanwhile, a newly unified Germany was rising at extraordinary speed. Its economy was expanding faster than any other major European power. Its factories produced steel, machinery, and weapons on an unprecedented scale. Its universities became centers of scientific innovation. And its military was growing stronger every year. Many Germans believed their nation deserved a larger role on the world stage. Under Kaiser Wilhelm II, Germany pursued an ambitious foreign policy known as Weltpolitik, a strategy aimed at transforming the country into a true global power. To Britain and France, Germany's rapid rise was deeply unsettling. It threatened the balance of power that had kept Europe relatively stable for decades. Nowhere was that rivalry more visible than at sea. Britain had long depended on the strength of its navy. As an island nation with a global empire, controlling the oceans was essential to its survival. Germany understood this. Beginning in the early 1900s, it launched an enormous naval expansion, building powerful battleships known as dreadnoughts. Britain responded immediately. Every new German warship was matched by another British one. Shipyards worked around the clock. Military budgets soared. The race had begun. And it wasn't limited to the oceans. Across Europe, armies expanded rapidly. Governments introduced compulsory military service. Railway networks were designed not only for trade, but also to transport millions of soldiers at remarkable speed. Factories produced enormous quantities of rifles, artillery shells, and ammunition. Military planners developed detailed mobilization schedules, calculating exactly how many trains, troops, and supplies would be needed if war ever came. By 1914, nearly every major European power possessed a plan for fighting a massive continental war. Ironically, many leaders believed that preparing for war would prevent it. They argued that no country would dare attack an opponent that was equally well armed. Instead, the opposite happened. The more Europe prepared for war, the easier it became to start one. Even more dangerous than the arms race was a web of alliances connecting almost every major power on the continent. On one side stood the Triple Alliance: Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. Opposing them was the Triple Entente: France, Russia, and Britain. If one country was attacked, its allies would come to its defense. In theory, this system would preserve peace. In practice, it meant that a conflict between two countries could rapidly involve six. Europe had become like a room filled with standing dominoes. No one knew which piece would fall first. But everyone understood what would happen if it did. And nowhere was that first domino more likely to fall than in the Balkans. For generations, the Balkan Peninsula had been one of Europe's most unstable regions. As the Ottoman Empire weakened, newly independent nations competed for territory, influence, and national identity. Serbia dreamed of creating a single state that would unite all South Slavic peoples. Austria-Hungary viewed that dream as a direct threat to its own multi-ethnic empire, which included millions of Slavic citizens. Russia, seeing itself as the protector of Slavic nations, strongly supported Serbia. Germany, determined to preserve its only reliable ally in Central Europe, firmly backed Austria-Hungary. The Balkans had become the meeting point of competing ambitions, rival empires, and nationalist movements. European diplomats gave it a chilling nickname: the powder keg of Europe. One spark could ignite the entire continent. Yet despite the growing tensions, most ordinary people never imagined that a general European war was imminent. Businessmen continued investing. Families planned holidays, students prepared for university. Governments attended diplomatic receptions and state ceremonies. The memory of previous international crises convinced many leaders that this one would also be resolved through negotiation. After all, Europe had faced dangerous confrontations before. Each time, diplomacy had prevailed. Surely it would do so again. But history was about to prove them wrong. On the morning of June 28, 1914, A young nationalist stepped onto a street in Sarajevo. Within minutes, the course of the 20th century would change forever. June 28, 1914. Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina. At the time, the province was under the control of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But many of its Slavic inhabitants believed it rightfully belonged to neighboring Serbia. Nationalist tensions had been growing for years. For some young revolutionaries, words were no longer enough. They believed only violence could change history. That morning, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, arrived in Sarajevo with his wife, Sophie. Officially, the visit was a military inspection. Unofficially, it was seen by many Serbian nationalists as a deliberate show of imperial authority. The date itself made the visit even more controversial. June 28 was Vidovdan, one of the most important days in Serbian history. It commemorated the Battle of Kosovo in 1389, a symbol of national sacrifice and resistance against foreign rule. To many Serbs, the Archduke's visit on that day felt like an insult. Waiting along the motorcade route were 7 young conspirators. Most were members of, or connected to, a secret nationalist network that sought to free Slavic territories from Austro-Hungarian rule. Their mission was simple: kill the Archduke. As the royal convoy moved through the city, the first assassin lost his nerve. Another failed to act, then one conspirator threw a bomb. The explosive bounced off the Archduke's car and detonated beneath the vehicle behind it. Several officers and civilians were wounded. The assassin swallowed cyanide and jumped into a nearby river. Neither attempt worked. The poison had expired. The river was barely knee-deep. He was quickly captured by police. At that moment, it seemed the assassination had failed. Franz Ferdinand insisted on continuing his schedule. After attending a reception at City Hall, he decided to visit the wounded officers in the hospital. But then, everything went wrong. The driver took a wrong turn. As the car attempted to reverse, it stopped directly in front of one of the remaining conspirators, a 19-year-old student named Gavrilo Princip. He could hardly believe what had just happened. His target had come to him. From only a few feet away, Princip stepped forward, drew his pistol, and fired 2 shots. One bullet struck Sophie. The other hit Franz Ferdinand in the neck. Within minutes, both were dead. The assassination shocked Europe. Newspapers across the continent rushed out special editions. Governments expressed outrage. Many believed the crisis could still be resolved through diplomacy. Few imagined that these 2 gunshots would trigger a chain reaction leading to a war involving more than 30 nations. But in Vienna, some leaders saw something very different. Not merely an assassination, but an opportunity. An opportunity to deal with Serbia once and for all. The July crisis had just begun. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand shocked Europe. But surprisingly, it did not trigger an immediate war. There were no armies crossing borders. No declarations of war. No mass mobilizations. For a brief moment, many Europeans believed the crisis would end, as so many others had before. With diplomacy, condemnations, and carefully negotiated compromises. But behind the closed doors of government buildings, a very different conversation was taking place. In Vienna, the capital of Austria-Hungary, the assassination was seen as more than an act of terrorism. To many senior officials, it was the latest chapter in a much longer struggle against Serbia. For years, Vienna had accused the Serbian government of encouraging nationalist movements inside the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If Serbia continued to grow stronger, Austria-Hungary feared its own empire could eventually begin to break apart. The assassination appeared to confirm their worst fears. Many Austrian leaders quickly reached the same conclusion. Serbia had to be punished. Not simply with diplomatic protests, but with military force. Yet there was one enormous obstacle: Russia. For decades, Russia had viewed itself as the protector of the Slavic peoples of Eastern Europe. If Austria attacked Serbia, Russia might intervene. And if Russia entered the conflict, Austria-Hungary would almost certainly need Germany's support. Without Germany, a war against Serbia could quickly become a disaster. So before making any move, Austria turned to its most powerful ally, Germany. In early July 1914, Austrian officials traveled to Berlin to meet Kaiser Wilhelm II and his senior advisors. They explained that Austria intended to confront Serbia. But they needed one critical assurance. If Russia declared war, would Germany stand beside Austria? The answer came quickly, and it would become one of the most consequential decisions in modern history. Germany promised its full support, whatever Austria decided to do, even if that decision led to war with Russia. Historians would later call this promise the blank check. It was, in effect, a guarantee that Austria-Hungary could act without fearing diplomatic isolation. Some German leaders believed Russia was not yet ready for war. Others feared that waiting would only allow Russia to become stronger. If war was inevitable, they argued, it might be better to fight sooner rather than later. With Germany's backing secured, Austria-Hungary began preparing its next move. But instead of declaring war immediately, its leaders chose a different strategy. They would present Serbia with a list of demands so severe that no independent nation could reasonably accept them. If Serbia rejected even one condition, Austria would have the justification it wanted. To the outside world, it would appear that Serbia had chosen war. In reality, the path toward conflict was already being carefully prepared. For nearly 3 weeks after the assassination, Europe waited. Diplomats continued exchanging messages. Governments reassured their citizens. Stock markets remained open. Tourists continued their summer holidays. Life appeared almost normal. Yet beneath the surface, the countdown had already begun. On July 23, 1914, Austria-Hungary delivered an ultimatum to Serbia. It contained 10 demands. One of them would prove almost impossible for any sovereign nation to accept. The July crisis was about to become an international crisis. On the evening of July 23, 1914, an Austrian diplomat arrived in Belgrade carrying a document only a few pages long. It looked like an ordinary diplomatic note. In reality, it was one of the most consequential documents in modern history. At first glance, many of the conditions seemed reasonable. Serbia was required to suppress anti-Austrian propaganda, dissolve nationalist organizations accused of encouraging violence, dismiss military officers and government officials linked to extremist groups, and cooperate in investigating the assassination. Most governments expected Serbia to accept these demands. But then came one condition that changed everything. Austria demanded that its own officials be allowed to enter Serbian territory, conduct investigations, question witnesses, and participate directly in Serbian judicial proceedings. In other words, a foreign government would be permitted to operate inside Serbia's legal system. For any independent nation, such a demand struck at the heart of its sovereignty. Accepting it would mean admitting that another country had the authority to enforce its own laws on Serbian soil.
It was a humiliation few governments could accept.
Even more alarming, Austria gave Serbia only 48 hours to respond. Not weeks, not even several days, just 2 days. Across Europe, diplomats immediately recognized the danger. Some believed the ultimatum had not been written to achieve peace. It had been written to be rejected. The British Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, feared Europe was approaching its greatest diplomatic crisis in generations. Russia urged restraint. France encouraged negotiations. Even Kaiser Wilhelm II initially believed the dispute might still be settled without a continental war. Yet the clock continued ticking. Inside the Serbian government, the pressure was overwhelming. Reject the ultimatum, and Austria would almost certainly declare war. Accept every demand, and Serbia would surrender a significant part of its independence. Neither option seemed acceptable. For 48 hours, Cabinet ministers debated every sentence. Military leaders prepared for the worst. Telegrams arrived from foreign capitals almost every hour. Outside government buildings, ordinary citizens gathered anxiously, waiting for news. No one knew whether Europe was about to witness another diplomatic confrontation, or the beginning of a war. Finally, on July 25, only minutes before the deadline expired, Serbia delivered its answer. To the surprise of many observers, it accepted almost every Austrian demand. It agreed to suppress anti-Austrian organizations, arrest suspected conspirators, punish officials found responsible, and cooperate fully with the investigation. Out of the 10 demands, Serbia rejected only one: the clause allowing Austrian officials to conduct investigations inside Serbian territory. Instead, Serbia proposed that any disputed legal matters be referred to international arbitration. It was an extraordinary concession. Many diplomats believed Serbia had gone as far as any sovereign nation possibly could. Even Kaiser Wilhelm II reportedly remarked that Serbia's reply removed almost every justification for war. To him, the basis for military action had largely disappeared. But in Vienna, the decision had already been made. Austria-Hungary was no longer looking for compromise. It was looking for an opportunity. And Serbia's single refusal provided exactly the excuse it needed. 3 days later, on July 28, 1914, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. The first shots were fired across the Danube River. What had begun as a regional dispute was about to become a European catastrophe. Because Serbia was not alone. Neither was Austria. The alliance system that had kept Europe in an uneasy peace for decades was finally beginning to move. The first domino had fallen. And the next one was Russia. On July 28, 1914, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. For the first time in the crisis, diplomacy had given way to military action. Austrian artillery began shelling Belgrade. Smoke rose above the Serbian capital. Across Europe, newspapers reported that war had begun. Yet many leaders still believed the conflict could be contained. They hoped it would remain a short war between Austria-Hungary and Serbia. They were wrong, because one nation could not afford to stand aside. Russia, for generations, Russia had regarded itself as the protector of the Slavic peoples. Serbia was more than just another small Balkan nation. It was Russia's closest ally in southeastern Europe. If Serbia were defeated without resistance, Russia's influence in the Balkans would collapse. Its credibility as a great power would be shattered. Tsar Nicholas II understood the stakes. He did not want a European war. In fact, during the final days of July, he exchanged a series of personal telegrams with his cousin, Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany. The two monarchs addressed each other simply as Nicky and Willie. Their messages revealed to rulers desperately trying to avoid catastrophe. Nicholas urged Germany to restrain Austria-Hungary. Wilhelm insisted that Russia should remain calm, while Austria dealt with Serbia. For a brief moment, it seemed that personal diplomacy might succeed, where official negotiations had failed. But events were moving faster than the telegrams. Inside the Russian government, military commanders warned that waiting too long could be disastrous. Russia possessed one of the largest armies in the world. But it was also one of the slowest to mobilize. Millions of reservists had to be called up. Thousands of trains had to be scheduled. Weapons and supplies had to be transported across an empire stretching from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean. Mobilization was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It required weeks. Russian generals argued that if Germany began mobilizing first, Russia would lose any chance of defending Serbia or protecting its own borders. To them, mobilization was not an act of war. It was a necessary precaution. The politicians were less certain. They understood that Germany had repeatedly warned Russia against mobilizing. If Russian troops began preparing for war, Germany might interpret it as a direct threat. For several tense days, the Russian government hesitated. Orders were drafted, then cancelled, then rewritten. On July 29, Tsar Nicholas approved a partial mobilization against Austria-Hungary. It was an attempt to avoid provoking Germany. But Russia's military leaders quickly pointed out a serious problem. Their mobilization plans had been designed years earlier. There was no practical way to mobilize against Austria alone. The railway schedules, the deployment plans, the logistics. Everything had been built for a general mobilization. There was no middle ground. Russia had to choose: mobilize completely or not at all. On July 30, 1914, Nicholas II made the decision. He authorized a general mobilization of the Russian army. Across the empire, church bells rang. Mobilization notices appeared in towns and villages. Millions of reservists left their homes. Train stations filled, with soldiers saying farewell to their families. To Russia, it was a defensive measure. To Germany, it looked like the first step toward war. The moment Berlin learned of Russia's decision, everything changed. Germany had spent years preparing for exactly this scenario. Its generals believed they had only one chance to win a war against both Russia and France. And that chance depended on acting immediately. The diplomatic crisis was over. Military timetables were now in control. The next move belonged to Germany. And once it was made, Europe would become impossible to stop. To many observers, Russia's mobilization was not a declaration of war. But to Germany, it might as well have been. For years, German military planners had believed that, if war ever came, it would come from two directions: France in the west, Russia in the east. Germany's greatest fear was fighting both powers at the same time. A two-front war. If Germany divided its forces equally, it risked being slowly crushed between two enormous armies. The only solution, they believed, was speed. Years before the crisis of 1914, one German general had proposed an extraordinary plan. His name was Count Alfred von Schlieffen. His idea became known as the Schlieffen Plan. The strategy was bold and incredibly risky. Germany assumed that Russia, because of its vast size and outdated transportation system, would need several weeks to fully mobilize. France, on the other hand, could be ready much sooner. So instead of fighting both enemies at once, Germany would strike France first. With overwhelming force, the objective was simple: defeat France in just a few weeks. Then move almost the entire German army east by rail. Before Russia was fully prepared. On paper, it looked brilliant. In reality, it depended on everything happening exactly as planned. There was one major problem. France had heavily fortified its border with Germany. A direct assault would be slow and costly. German planners believed there was a faster route. Instead of attacking France head-on, the German army would sweep north, invade the small neutral kingdom of Belgium, then swing south into northern France. The maneuver would allow German forces to outflank the French defenses and capture Paris from the rear. Military officers admired the plan. Politicians worried about its consequences. Belgium was not Germany's enemy. It was a neutral country. More importantly, its neutrality had been guaranteed by several European powers, including Britain, under the Treaty of London signed in 1839. Invading Belgium might accomplish a military objective, but it could also bring Britain into the war. German leaders understood the risk. Yet they believed they had little choice. The Schlieffen Plan was built around speed. Any delay could be fatal. If Germany hesitated, France would strengthen its defenses. Russia would complete its mobilization. The opportunity would disappear. By the end of July 1914, diplomacy was no longer driving events. Military timetables were. Railway schedules had been finalized years earlier. Troop movements had been calculated down to the hour. Once mobilization orders were issued, stopping them became almost impossible. As one German officer later remarked, mobilization means war. On July 31, Germany sent an ultimatum to Russia. Stop mobilizing within 12 hours or face war. At the same time, Germany demanded that France declare its neutrality if war broke out. Between Germany and Russia, France refused. Either country was willing to back down. The final diplomatic window was closing. On August 1, 1914, Germany declared war on Russia. 2 days later, it declared war on France. The conflict that had begun in the Balkans was now spreading across Europe. But the most controversial decision was still to come. To defeat France, Germany would invade Belgium, a small neutral nation whose fate would determine whether Britain entered the war. The next 48 hours would transform a continental conflict into a world war. On the evening of August 2, 1914, Germany delivered another ultimatum. This time, to Belgium. The demand was straightforward. Allow German troops to pass through Belgian territory. Do not resist. And Germany promised that Belgium's independence would be respected once the war was over. For Belgium, the decision was impossible. The country had declared its neutrality decades earlier. Accepting Germany's demand would violate that neutrality. Rejecting it would almost certainly mean invasion. King Albert I and the Belgian government refused. Belgium would defend itself, no matter the cost. The following morning, on August 3, Germany formally declared war on France. Less than 24 hours later, before dawn on August 4, German troops crossed the Belgian border. The Schlieffen Plan had begun. German commanders expected little resistance. Belgium was a small country. Its army was tiny compared to Germany's. Many believed the campaign would be over within days. Instead, the Belgians fought. At the fortified city of Liege, Belgian soldiers resisted with remarkable determination. The forts eventually fell. But not before delaying the German advance by several crucial days. Those few days proved more important than anyone realized. They gave France valuable time to reorganize its defenses. They allowed Britain to begin transporting troops across the English Channel. And they shattered Germany's expectation of a rapid, uninterrupted advance. Yet the military consequences were only part of the story. The political consequences were even greater. Germany's invasion of Belgium shocked the world. Belgium had not attacked Germany. It had declared no war. It was a neutral nation whose independence had been guaranteed by international treaty for nearly 75 years. Too many governments, Germany had violated one of the fundamental principles of European diplomacy. International newspapers carried dramatic headlines. Reports of refugees fleeing their homes spread across Europe. Within weeks, stories of destroyed towns and civilian suffering began appearing in the international press. Some reports were exaggerated. Others were tragically real. Together, they transformed global opinion. Germany was no longer seen simply as another participant in the war. In many countries, it was increasingly viewed as the aggressor. But nowhere was Belgium's invasion felt more strongly than across the English Channel. For decades, Britain had tried to remain outside continental conflicts whenever possible. Its leaders had hoped diplomacy might still prevent a general European war. Now, that hope was rapidly disappearing. Because Germany hadn't just invaded Belgium. It had crossed a line Britain had promised to defend.
Within hours, the British cabinet gathered in London to make one of the most important decisions in modern history.
Would Britain go to war? Or stand aside while the balance of power in Europe collapsed? The answer would change the course of the 20th century. For much of the July crisis, Britain had remained on the sidelines. Unlike Germany, France, or Russia, it had made no preparations for an immediate continental war. Many British politicians believed the conflict in the Balkans could still be contained through diplomacy. Even as Austria declared war on Serbia, even as Russia mobilized, even as Germany prepared for conflict, the British government continued searching for a peaceful solution. Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey proposed an international conference. He hoped Europe's great powers could negotiate before events spiraled out of control. But the proposal came too late. The machinery of war was already moving, and military timetables left little room for compromise. Then came the invasion of Belgium. Everything changed. For Britain, this was no longer simply a dispute between Austria and Serbia. Nor was it merely a struggle between Germany and France. It had become a question of international law, national honor, and Britain's own security. Back in 1839, Britain had signed the Treaty of London, guaranteeing Belgium's neutrality. For decades, the treaty had seemed little more than a diplomatic formality. Now it was being put to the ultimate test. Some members of the British cabinet questioned whether Britain should go to war over what one German official reportedly dismissed as a scrap of paper. But for many others, the treaty represented something much larger. If international agreements could simply be ignored whenever they became inconvenient, then no small nation in Europe would ever be safe again. There was also another concern, one that was rarely spoken aloud. If Germany defeated France and gained control of the Belgian coast, the balance of power in Western Europe would shift dramatically. For centuries, British foreign policy had been guided by one central principle: no single power should dominate the European continent. A Germany controlling both France and the ports opposite the English Channel was a strategic nightmare Britain could not ignore. On the evening of August 4, 1914, Britain issued Germany one final ultimatum: withdraw from Belgium or face war. Berlin never replied. Instead, German forces continued advancing westward. For much of the July crisis, Britain had remained on the sidelines. At 11 p.m. London time, the ultimatum expired. Britain was now at war with Germany. Crowds gathered outside Buckingham Palace. Some sang patriotic songs, others cheered. Many believed they were witnessing the beginning of a short and glorious war. Across Europe, similar scenes unfolded. Young men rushed to recruitment offices. Families waved goodbye at railway stations. Politicians confidently predicted victory before Christmas. Few imagined what lay ahead. None of Europe's leaders fully understood the scale of the catastrophe they had just unleashed. Because Britain's declaration did more than add another nation to the conflict. It brought with it the largest navy in the world. A global empire stretching across every inhabited continent. And millions of potential soldiers from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, South Africa, and countless other territories of the British Empire. What had begun as a regional dispute in the Balkans was no longer merely a European war. It was becoming something far larger. A conflict that would eventually reach Africa, the Middle East, Asia, the Atlantic, and the Pacific. For the first time in history, war was beginning to spread across the globe. The First World War had truly begun. Looking back today, it's easy to ask a simple question. Why didn't someone stop the war? Why didn't the emperors, the prime ministers, or the diplomats simply step back before it was too late? The answer is that, by August 1914, almost no one believed they still had a choice. Every government feared that waiting would leave it at a fatal disadvantage. Austria-Hungary feared losing control of the Balkans. Germany feared fighting Russia after it had fully mobilized. Russia feared abandoning Serbia. France feared standing alone against Germany. Britain feared allowing one power to dominate Europe. Every nation believed it was acting in self-defense. Every nation believed the others had forced its hand. The tragedy was that all of them could be right, and all of them could be wrong. The alliance system left little room for neutrality. Military planning left little room for delay. The more each country tried to protect itself, the more dangerous Europe became. Historians often describe this as a chain reaction. But perhaps a better comparison is a row of standing dominoes. No single domino destroyed the others. Once the first one fell, the rest became almost impossible to stop. The assassination in Sarajevo was the first domino. Austria's ultimatum pushed the second. Russia's mobilization toppled the third. Germany's declarations of war sent the next crashing down. Belgium drew Britain into the conflict. And within weeks, the entire continent had collapsed into war. Perhaps the greatest irony is this. Almost every leader expected a short conflict. Many soldiers marched off believing they would return home before Christmas. Newspapers predicted quick victories. Politicians spoke confidently of decisive campaigns. No one imagined that the war would last more than 4 years. No one imagined that more than 16 million people would lose their lives, or that entire empires would disappear from the map. The war that began in the summer of 1914 was supposed to end in a matter of months. And yet, the worst was still to come. Because once the armies met, the war that generals had planned was not the war they would fight. Rapid advances gave way to endless trenches. Cavalry charges met machine guns. Entire offensives gained only a few hundred meters, at the cost of tens of thousands of lives. Industrial technology transformed the battlefield into a killing ground, unlike anything the world had ever witnessed. The politicians had expected a short war. They couldn't have been more wrong. That is the story of Part 3. By August 1914, Europe had fallen into war. Across the continent, millions of young men marched toward the front. Most believed they would return home before Christmas. Instead, they were about to enter a battlefield, unlike anything the world had ever known. One that would change warfare forever. When the war began in the summer of 1914, speed seemed to control everything. Germany launched its armies through Belgium and into northern France. Its generals expected to defeat France quickly before turning east to confront Russia. German troops advanced rapidly. Cities fell, roads filled with refugees. And by early September, the German army was approaching Paris. Too many observers, France appeared close to defeat. But then, along the Marne River, the German advance was stopped. French and British forces counterattacked. The German army withdrew. The great movement westward had failed. Yet neither side had been defeated. Germany still occupied large areas of Belgium and France. The Allies had protected Paris, but they lacked the strength to drive the Germans completely back. Both sides now tried to move north, each hoping to turn the other army's exposed flank. German forces moved north. The Allies moved north. Again and again, they tried to outmaneuver each other. But every time one army moved, the other followed. Eventually, they reached the North Sea. There was nowhere left to go. The movement stopped. The soldiers began to dig. At first, the trenches were intended to be temporary. No one expected them to remain for long. Commanders still believed that another attack, another breakthrough, or another decisive battle would restore movement to the war. But the defensive weapons of 1914 were far more powerful than the offensive tactics used against them. Machine guns could fire hundreds of rounds per minute. Modern rifles were accurate over long distances. Artillery could destroy formations before they reached the enemy line. Barbed wire slowed advancing troops, leaving them exposed in the open. An army defending a prepared position possessed an enormous advantage. An army attacking across open ground was almost completely exposed. Whenever one side tried to advance, the defenders stopped it. Whenever the defenders attempted to counterattack, they faced the same problem. Neither side could move forward. Neither side was willing to move backward. And so, they dug deeper. What began as scattered defensive positions gradually became a continuous system of fortifications. By the end of 1914, a line of trenches stretched for hundreds of kilometers across the Western Front. It passed through farms, villages, forests, and fields that had once produced wheat and flowers. Now, the land was divided by sandbags, timber, barbed wire, and mud. On the other, the armies of France, Britain, Belgium, and later, soldiers from across the Allied world. In other places, they were close enough for soldiers to hear their enemies speaking. The narrow space between them became known as no man's land. It belonged to neither side. It was filled with shell holes, broken equipment, abandoned weapons, and men who had fallen during earlier attacks. At night, patrols moved through it quietly. During the day, crossing it could mean almost certain death. The war of movement had ended, the war of the trenches had begun. And no one yet understood how long it would last. A trench was not simply a long hole in the ground. Over time, the trench systems of the Western Front became highly organized defensive networks. Behind the front line stood support trenches. Behind those, reserve trenches. Communication trenches connected them all. Soldiers, food, ammunition, medical supplies, and messages moved through these narrow passages. The frontline trench was closest to the enemy. This was where soldiers stood guard, fired rifles, and waited for attacks. Its walls were reinforced with wooden board, sandbags, corrugated metal, and anything else that could stop the earth from collapsing. A raised step known as the firing step allowed soldiers to look over the top. Small openings were sometimes cut through the defenses, allowing soldiers to observe the enemy without fully exposing themselves. But even a brief look above the trench could be dangerous. Enemy snipers watched constantly. A helmet, a hand, or a face appearing for only a second could become a target. The trenches were not built in straight lines. Instead, they followed a zigzag pattern. This design prevented enemy soldiers from firing directly along the entire trench if they entered one section. It also helped limit the effects of explosions. A shell landing inside a straight trench could kill everyone along its path. In a zigzag trench, the damage might be contained to a smaller area. Beneath the ground, soldiers constructed dugouts. Some were little more than small holes carved into the trench wall. Others extended several meters underground. German dugouts were often deeper and more strongly built than those of the Allies. Some contained wooden walls, electric lights, beds, storage areas, and even telephones. The depth of a dugout could determine whether its occupants survived an artillery bombardment. A shallow shelter might protect against rain or rifle fire, but a heavy shell could collapse it instantly. Further behind the front, larger underground facilities appeared. Command posts, medical stations, ammunition stores, kitchens, sleeping quarters, telephone exchanges. The battlefield had become an underground world. Above the trenches stood layers of barbed wire. Its purpose was not always to stop an attack completely. Often, it only needed to delay the attackers. A soldier trapped in barbed wire, even for a few seconds, became an easy target for machine guns. Machine gun positions were placed where they could fire across the battlefield. Their fields of fire overlapped, creating zones where advancing troops could be hit from several directions. Artillery batteries stood farther behind the lines. Their crews often could not see the enemy directly. Instead, observers reported coordinates. Telephone operators passed messages, and shells were fired over great distances. Every part of the system was connected. The soldier standing in the front trench, the observer watching from a hidden position, the artillery crew several kilometers away, and the officer studying a map in an underground headquarters, all formed part of the same enormous machine. But this machine required constant maintenance. Rain caused walls to collapse. Shells destroyed defensive positions. Wooden supports broke. Water filled the trenches. Barbed wire had to be repaired. Sandbags had to be replaced. Every night, men worked to rebuild what the day's bombardment had destroyed. The trenches were meant to protect soldiers. And they did. Without them, the casualties would have been even greater. But the same trenches that protected the soldiers also trapped them. They turned the battlefield into a defensive fortress that neither side could easily overcome. Europe's armies had built a world beneath the earth, and millions of men were about to live inside it. Life in the trenches followed a routine, but it was never truly predictable. A quiet morning could become a violent bombardment within seconds. A soldier might spend hours doing nothing, then suddenly be ordered to attack. For most men, the day began before sunrise. This was considered one of the most dangerous times. Commanders feared that the enemy might attack under the cover of darkness just before dawn. So every soldier was ordered to stand ready.
This routine was known as Stand To.
The men climbed onto the firing step. Rifles were loaded, bayonets were fixed. Machine gun crews prepared their weapons. In silence, they watched the darkness. Waiting, listening, sometimes nothing happened. Sometimes a single rifle shot broke the silence. At other times, artillery suddenly opened fire, and the entire trench came alive. After sunrise, if no attack had occurred, the soldiers stood down. Breakfast was distributed. Depending on the army, it might include bread, tea, coffee, bacon, soup, or canned meat. But food often arrived cold. Supply routes were dangerous. Shelling could destroy roads. Mud slowed transport. And frontline soldiers were usually the last to receive fresh supplies. Water was another constant concern. Clean water was difficult to obtain. It had to be carried forward in containers. Sometimes, Soldiers drank from shell holes or flooded trenches. The water could contain mud, fuel, waste, or the remains of animals. Disease spread easily. After breakfast, the work began. Trenches had to be repaired, sandbags filled, drainage channels cleared, weapons cleaned, ammunition carried forward, food and water distributed, messages delivered. The soldiers also strengthened barbed wire defenses, repaired telephone cables, and removed collapsed earth. Much of this work was physically exhausting. A soldier might carry heavy boxes of ammunition through narrow, slippery communication trenches. The journey from the rear area to the front could take hours. At any moment, enemy artillery might begin firing. During daylight, movement near the front was often restricted. Snipers watched exposed areas. Artillery observers looked for signs of activity. Even smoke rising from a cooking fire could reveal a position. So much of the movement occurred at night. Under darkness, carrying parties brought supplies forward. Engineers repaired defenses. Patrols entered no man's land. Wounded men were carried to medical posts. Those who had been killed were sometimes removed. Sometimes, they could not be reached. Guard duty continued throughout the day and night. Soldiers watched through periscopes, small openings, or gaps in the sandbags. They searched for movement. A helmet, a shadow, the flash of a rifle. The enemy trench was often close, but it could feel like another world. The soldiers rarely saw the individuals they were fighting. They saw shapes, movements, or smoke. They fired at distant positions. Artillery killed men who never saw the gun that fired the shell. War had become impersonal. Yet strangely, the enemy could also feel very close. Soldiers sometimes heard voices across no man's land. They heard enemy soldiers singing, coughing, calling to one another, in quiet areas. Men occasionally shouted insults across the lines. Sometimes, they exchanged warnings before artillery fire. There were even brief unofficial truces. The most famous occurred during Christmas 1914. In some areas, British and German soldiers climbed out of their trenches. They exchanged small gifts, collected their dead, talked, and in a few places, played football. But the moment did not last. Commanders on both sides quickly acted to prevent future fraternization. The war continued. After several days in the front line, units were usually rotated. They moved back to support trenches, then reserve positions, and eventually, rest areas behind the front. But rest was a relative term. Soldiers still trained, carried equipment, repaired roads, buried the dead, and prepared to return. The front was always waiting for them. For the men in the trenches, life became a cycle. Stand to, guard duty, work, shelling, sleep, fear. And then, the same routine again. The greatest enemy in the trenches was not always the opposing army. Sometimes, it was the trench itself. Rain transformed the battlefield into mud. Drainage systems often failed. Water collected at the bottom of trenches. The earth became soft, walls collapsed. Wooden walkways disappeared beneath the surface. Men sank to their knees. Sometimes, even deeper. Heavy equipment became almost impossible to move. Boots were pulled from soldiers' feet. Wounded men could become trapped in shell holes, unable to escape. In some areas, the mud was so deep that men drowned in it. To keep soldiers above the water, wooden boards known as duckboards were placed along the trench floor. But they broke, floated away, or disappeared beneath the mud. A soldier who stepped off the boards at night might sink into freezing water. Wet conditions created a painful medical condition known as trench foot. Soldiers remained in damp boots for days. Their feet became numb. The skin changed color. Swelling began. In severe cases, the tissue died. Doctors sometimes had no choice but to amputate. Armies eventually introduced inspections. Soldiers were ordered to change socks, dry their feet, and apply grease or oil. But in a flooded frontline trench, keeping anything dry was almost impossible. Then, there were the rats. The battlefield provided them with an endless supply of food. Discarded rations, waste, dead horses, and human remains. The rat population grew rapidly, some became unusually large. They moved through the trenches at night, climbed across sleeping soldiers, ate food from storage areas, and spread disease. Soldiers tried to trap them, shoot them, or kill them with improvised weapons. But there were always more. Lice were another constant problem. They lived in uniforms, blankets, and seams of clothing. Soldiers scratched until their skin bled. Clothing was washed or heated when possible. But the lice returned. They also carried trench fever, a disease that caused high temperature, headaches, pain, and exhaustion. A soldier might survive enemy fire, only to become too sick to continue fighting. The trenches also smelled. The odor came from mud, smoke, waste, and washed bodies, chemical weapons, dead animals, and human remains. In heavily fought areas, bodies could not always be buried. Some lay in no man's land for months. Others were exposed when shelling disturbed old graves. A man repairing a trench wall might discover the remains of a soldier killed long before his unit arrived. Death was everywhere. It became part of the landscape. Soldiers learned not to look too closely. They gave places names: Dead Man's Corner, Suicide Road, Hellfire Corner. The names reflected the world they inhabited. Medical care improved during the war, but the conditions remained overwhelming. A wounded soldier first had to be removed from the battlefield. Stretcher bearers crossed shell holes, mud, and narrow trenches. They often worked under fire. The wounded were taken to aid posts, then dressing stations, then hospitals farther behind the lines. For some, the journey took hours. For others, it took days. Infection was a serious threat. Mud and pieces of clothing were driven into wounds. Before antibiotics, even a survivable injury could become fatal. Doctors treated shattered bones, burns, gas injuries, and severe trauma on a scale they had never seen before. The trenches had created a new medical world. But survival was not only physical. The men also had to survive mentally. Every day, they lived beside the possibility of sudden death. A shell might land without warning. A sniper might fire from an unseen position. A quiet sector could become the center of an attack. There was no truly safe place. Even deep underground, the earth shook. Dust fell from the ceiling, timbers cracked. And the men waited to discover whether the next shell would hit them. The First World War combined old military ideas with modern industrial technology. The result was catastrophic. Generals still ordered mass attacks. Soldiers still carried bayonets, cavalry units still existed. But the battlefield was now controlled by machines. The machine gun became one of the defining weapons of trench warfare. A small crew could fire hundreds of rounds per minute. placed behind barbed wire, protected by trenches, and positioned to cover open ground, a machine gun could stop an entire infantry attack. Soldiers advancing in tight formations had little protection. Even when they spread out, they remained visible against the empty landscape. Machine gun crews did not need to hit every man. They only needed to create a continuous wall of fire. But artillery caused more casualties than any other weapon. Heavy guns fired shells from far behind the lines. Some shells exploded on impact. Others burst above the ground, sending metal fragments in every direction. High explosive shells destroyed trenches, bunkers, roads, and buildings. Shrapnel shells scattered deadly pieces of metal across large areas. Before an infantry attack, artillery might bombard the enemy for days. Commanders hoped to destroy barbed wire, silence machine guns, and force defenders underground. But bombardments often failed. Barbed wire remained intact. Machine gun crews survived in deep dugouts. And the shelling warned the enemy that an attack was coming. When the artillery stopped, defenders climbed out of their shelters. They returned to their weapons and waited. Mortar allowed soldiers to fire explosive bombs into nearby enemy trenches. Hand grenades became essential for close combat. Flamethrowers were used to attack bunkers and fortified positions. Snipers targeted officers, observers, engineers, and anyone careless enough to expose themselves. Then, there was poison gas. In April 1915, German forces released chlorine gas near Ypres. A greenish cloud moved toward the Allied trenches. At first, many soldiers did not understand what they were seeing. Then the gas reached them. Men struggled to breathe. Panic spread. The gas opened a gap in the Allied lines. But the Germans had not expected such a large breakthrough, and were unprepared to exploit it fully. Soon, both sides were using chemical weapons. Chlorine, phosgene, mustard gas, each produced different effects. Gas could drift with the wind, collect in low areas, enter dugouts, and remain on clothing or equipment. Gas masks improved over time. Soldiers carried them constantly. Warnings were given by bells, rattles, or shouted alarms. A soldier might have only seconds to put on his mask. Gas rarely produced the majority of battlefield deaths. But its psychological effect was enormous. It turned the air itself into a threat. Aircraft also transformed the war. At first, planes were used mainly for observation. Pilots photographed enemy positions, tracked troop movements, and directed artillery fire. Soon, aircraft began fighting each other. Fighter pilots attempted to control the skies. Bombers attacked railways, factories, cities, and supply centers. The war had expanded above the trenches. In 1916, Britain introduced a new weapon. The tank. It was designed to cross trenches, crush barbed wire, and protect soldiers from machine gun fire. The early tanks were slow, unreliable, hot, and difficult to control. Many broke down before reaching the enemy. But their appearance revealed the direction in which warfare was moving. Machines would increasingly dominate the battlefield. The weapons of the First World War were produced in factories, transported by railways, and used by armies numbering in the millions. Success depended not only on soldiers, but on steel, coal, chemicals, oil, ammunition, and industrial production. War had become a contest between entire societies, and the soldiers in the trenches were trapped at the center of it. For the ordinary soldier, few moments were more terrifying than the order to attack. Before an offensive, the men were told what to expect. Artillery would destroy the enemy defenses, barbed wire would be cut. Machine guns would be silenced, the defenders would be too shocked to resist. The soldiers were often assured that they would simply walk across no man's land and occupy the enemy trench, but the reality was usually different. The attack often began with artillery, for hours, days, or even weeks. The enemy position was bombarded. The noise was overwhelming. The ground shook continuously. Smoke covered the battlefield. From a distance, it appeared that nothing could survive. Then, the bombardment stopped. Silence returned. In the attacking trenches, officers checked their watches. Soldiers moved toward the ladders. Some wrote final letters. Some prayed, some smoked, some said nothing. Then, the whistle sounded. The first men climbed over the top. They entered no man's land. The battlefield ahead was rarely flat. It had been torn apart by artillery, shell holes filled with water. Mud slowed movement, broken wire blocked the path. Equipment caught on obstacles. Soldiers carried rifles, ammunition, food, water, tools, gas masks, and sometimes heavy packs. They were expected to maintain formation. But almost immediately, the formation began to break apart. The defenders emerged from their dugouts. Machine guns opened fire. Artillery shells landed among the attackers. Snipers targeted officers and signalmen. Men fell, others continued forward. Communication quickly became difficult. Telephone wires were cut, runners were killed. Smoke obscured the battlefield. Officers lost contact with their units. A group might capture part of an enemy trench, only to discover that no reinforcements were coming. In close combat, the weapons changed. Rifles were too long for narrow trenches. Soldiers used bayonets, grenades, pistols, shovels, clubs, and anything else available. A captured trench could become a trap. Its defenses faced the wrong direction. Enemy troops counterattacked. Artillery struck the position. The attackers might be forced back across the same ground they had just crossed. A large offensive could cost tens of thousands of lives, yet move the front line only a few hundred meters. Sometimes, the captured ground was lost days later. Sometimes, the captured ground was lost days later. The geography of the Western Front became measured in villages, ridges, forests, and small sections of destroyed land. A hill that appeared insignificant on a civilian map could become the objective of months of fighting. Commanders were not always indifferent to the casualties. Many understood the terrible cost, but they faced a problem that no army had yet solved. How could soldiers cross open ground, survive machine gun fire, break through barbed wire, capture enemy trenches, and then move artillery and supplies forward before the defenders counterattacked? Every attempted solution created another problem. Longer artillery bombardments destroyed the roads needed for the advance. Heavier equipment slowed the infantry. Deeper attacks moved beyond artillery support. Limited attacks captured ground, but rarely broke the entire enemy system. The generals searched for a breakthrough. The soldiers paid the price. For the men waiting below the trench wall, the larger strategy often meant very little. They understood only that the whistle would sound, the ladders would be placed, and they would have to climb. Some attacks succeeded, many failed. But every soldier knew that one day his turn might come. Not every wound could be seen, the soldiers of the First World War endured levels of stress that few people had experienced before. Artillery bombardment could continue for hours or days. Shells landed without warning. The noise never stopped. The ground moved. Air pressure struck the body. Dugouts collapsed. Men were buried alive. Even when the shells missed, the fear remained. Some soldiers began to tremble uncontrollably. Others lost the ability to speak. Some became unable to walk, even though no physical injury could be found. Many suffered nightmares, memory loss, panic, or emotional numbness. The condition became known as shell shock. At first, doctors believed the symptoms were caused by the physical pressure of exploding shells. But similar symptoms appeared in men who had not been close to an explosion. The cause was deeper. The human mind was reacting to prolonged terror. Modern medicine would later recognize many of these symptoms as forms of psychological trauma, including what is now called post-traumatic stress disorder. But during the First World War, understanding was limited. Some doctors treated the condition with rest. Others used harsh methods intended to force soldiers back to duty. Military authorities feared that recognizing psychological collapse too easily would encourage others to leave the front. As a result, some traumatized men were accused of cowardice. Soldiers who refused orders, abandoned their positions, or fled during battle could face military trial. Hundreds of soldiers in several armies were executed for offenses, including desertion and cowardice. Some may have been suffering from severe psychological trauma. The war also changed the soldiers, who appeared physically healthy. Men learned to suppress emotion. They avoided becoming too close to new soldiers, because those soldiers might soon be killed. Humor became a defense. Soldiers joked about danger, death, food, officers, and the absurdity of the war. Letters home often hid the truth. A soldier might write that he was well, that the weather was improving, or that the fighting was not too serious. He did not want his family to worry. Military censorship also prevented detailed descriptions of locations, operations, or conditions. Families received carefully worded letters, then, sometimes, a telegram. The message informed them that a husband, son, brother, or father had been killed or was missing. The phrase missing in action carried its own horror. It meant there might be no confirmed death. No body, no grave, only uncertainty. For those who survived, the war did not always end when they left the battlefield. Some returned home with physical injuries, others returned with memories they could not explain. Crowds celebrated them as heroes, but civilians often could not understand what they had experienced. The soldiers had lived in a world where death was normal, where survival depended on chance, where a friend could disappear in an instant. Returning to ordinary life was not simple. The trenches had marked them, even when no scar was visible. Despite the violence, life in the trenches was not made only of fear and death. The soldiers remained human. They created friendships, shared food, wrote letters, sang songs, played cards, and tried to preserve fragments of ordinary life. Mail from home was one of the most important parts of a soldier's day. Letters connected the trenches to another world. A world of families, farms, factories, children, and familiar streets. Some soldiers carried photographs inside their uniforms. Others kept small religious objects, pieces of jewelry, or lucky charms. These objects reminded them that they had once lived somewhere beyond the battlefield. Packages from home contained socks, chocolate, tobacco, food, soap, and small comforts. A single fresh item could feel extraordinary in a world of mud and canned rations. Soldiers also created their own trench newspapers. They wrote poems, cartoons, jokes, and stories. Some described life at the front honestly. Others mocked military bureaucracy or senior officers. Music remained important. Men sang while marching. They sang in rest areas. Sometimes, they sang inside the trenches. The songs could be patriotic, sentimental, or darkly humorous. They helped create a sense of unity. Friendship was essential. Men depended on each other for survival. A soldier needed someone to wake him for guard duty, someone to share food, someone to help carry the wounded, someone to notice when fear had become overwhelming. Units often developed strong identities. Men fought not only for their country, but for the soldiers beside them. Yet these friendships made loss more painful. A soldier might spend months beside the same men, then return from duty to find that one of them was gone. New replacements arrived. They were younger, inexperienced, and unfamiliar with trench life. Veterans taught them how to survive. Keep your head down. Do not stand in exposed areas. Listen for the sound of incoming shells. Never forget your gas mask, but no amount of experience could guarantee survival. There were also moments when soldiers recognized the humanity of the enemy. In quieter sectors, informal agreements sometimes developed. One side would avoid firing during meal times, the other might do the same. Soldiers occasionally warned each other before planned bombardments. These arrangements were unofficial and often ended when new units arrived, or commanders ordered greater aggression. The enemy remained the enemy, but the men on both sides shared similar conditions. They lived in mud, feared artillery, missed their families, and waited for orders from distant headquarters. The Christmas Truce of 1914 became the most famous example. Along parts of the Western Front, German and Allied soldiers stopped firing. They sang carols, called to one another, and cautiously entered no man's land. They exchanged cigarettes, food, buttons, and photographs. They buried the dead for a brief moment. The battlefield became a meeting place. But the war was too large to be stopped by the men who fought it. The following days, the shooting resumed. The trenches returned to normal. Still, the truce revealed something important. The soldiers had not become machines. Even in the middle of industrial war, humanity survived, not enough to end the fighting, but enough to remind the men that the figures across no man's land were human too. The trenches came to represent the First World War. But life at the front was never completely static. The armies learned, tactics changed, weapons improved. Artillery became more accurate, aircraft became more important. Tanks became more reliable, small infantry units learned to move with greater flexibility. Commanders improved coordination between artillery, infantry, engineers, and aircraft. Yet the cost remained enormous. The Western Front consumed men and material on an industrial scale. A division entered the line, fought, lost soldiers, received replacements, and returned again. Entire landscapes disappeared. Forests became fields of broken trees. Villages were erased, roads vanished, fields were filled with unexploded shells. The soil contained metal, chemicals, equipment, and human remains. Some places were fought over repeatedly. A trench changed hands, then changed back. A hill was captured, lost, and captured again. To civilians reading newspapers, the front line on a map might barely move. But inside that small movement, thousands of lives had been lost. The soldiers measured time differently. They remembered winters, offensives, bombardments, and periods in particular sectors. They remembered the first time they entered the line. The first man they saw killed. The first attack, the first time they realized they might not survive. By 1918, many of the original soldiers of 1914 were gone. Some had been killed, some wounded, some captured. Others had simply been worn down by years of war. The men replacing them had grown up during the conflict. For them, the war had always existed. But the stalemate could not continue forever. The armies were exhausted. Civilian populations were suffering. Food shortages spread. Economies were under pressure. Empires were beginning to weaken. Russia had already been transformed by revolution. The United States had entered the war. Fresh American soldiers were arriving in Europe. Germany knew that time was running out. In the spring of 1918, the German army launched a final series of massive attacks. For the first time in years, the front moved rapidly. Allied forces were pushed back. Paris again appeared threatened. But Germany could not achieve a decisive victory. Its troops were exhausted. Its losses were difficult to replace. Its supply system struggled to support the advance. Then, the Allies counterattacked, using improved coordination, tanks, aircraft, artillery, and fresh manpower. They began driving the German army backward. The trench system that had held Europe in place for nearly 4 years finally began to break. The war of movement returned. But for millions of soldiers, it came too late. They had already spent years beneath the earth, years of mud, rats, shells, fear, friendship, loss, and survival. Some would return home, some would live with their injuries for the rest of their lives. Some would never leave France or Belgium. Their names would appear on monuments, in cemeteries, and on memorials to the missing. The trenches had protected men from bullets, but they could not protect a generation from the war itself. When the soldiers marched away in 1914, they expected a short war. Instead, they entered a world beneath the ground. For years, they lived between life and death. They slept in mud, ate beneath artillery fire, shared trenches with rats, and watched friends disappear in seconds. They crossed no man's land, for hills, villages, and fields that most had never heard of before the war. They faced machine guns, poison gas, heavy artillery, and weapons created by the modern industrial age. But the greatest burden was not always the physical danger. It was the waiting, waiting for the next shell, the next attack, the next order, or the next name to be called. The trenches changed warfare forever. They destroyed the illusion that modern war could be clean, heroic, or glorious. They revealed what happened when industrial power, mass armies, and old military thinking collided on the battlefield. But by 1918, the trench stalemate was finally coming to an end. Germany had launched its final offensive. The United States had entered the conflict. Russia had withdrawn. The great empires were weakening, and the balance of power was beginning to change. After 4 years of deadlock, one side was finally gaining the advantage. But why? Why did the Allies succeed when Germany had come so close to victory? Why did the Central Powers collapse after surviving years of blockade, battle, and sacrifice? And how did the war finally end? That is the story of Part 4, Why the Allies Won. After years of relentless fighting, the trenches remained. The front lines barely moved. Both sides had sacrificed millions of lives. Yet neither could achieve victory. The question was no longer, who would attack next? It had become, who could endure the longest? The answer would come not only from the battlefield, but from revolution, industry, and the arrival of a new world power. September 1914. Only weeks after the war began, Germany appeared to be winning. Its armies had crossed Belgium, driven back Allied forces, and advanced deep into France. The German war plan depended on speed. France had to be defeated before Russia could fully mobilize in the east. Once France was eliminated, Germany could turn its forces against Russia. Everything depended on a rapid victory. For a time, the plan seemed to be working. Belgian defenses had been overcome. British and French armies were retreating. Refugees filled the roads, and Paris was threatened. The French government prepared to leave the capital. Military offices moved south. Families fled. Some believed German troops might enter Paris within days. But the German advance had created serious problems. The soldiers were exhausted. They had marched enormous distances in summer heat. Supply lines stretched back through Belgium. Food, ammunition, horses, and equipment struggled to keep pace. The German armies were also beginning to lose coordination. As they moved south and east of Paris, a gap developed between two major German forces. French aircraft and cavalry detected the opening. The Allies saw an opportunity. French commander Joseph Joffre gathered his forces for a counterattack. Troops were moved toward the front. Some French soldiers were famously transported from Paris in hundreds of taxicabs. The number carried was not large enough to determine the battle, but the taxis became a symbol. Paris itself appeared to be joining the defense of France. On September 6th, French and British forces attacked. The battle stretched along a wide front near the Marne River. For days, both sides fought under enormous pressure. The German army was not destroyed, but its commanders became increasingly concerned. The gap in their line was dangerous. British troops were advancing into it. Communications were confused. Some German units were threatened with isolation. The decision was made to retreat. The German armies withdrew north toward the Aisne River. Paris had been saved, France had survived, and Germany's hope of winning the war in a few weeks had disappeared. The First Battle of the Marne did not end the war. In many ways, it created the war that followed. After the German retreat, both sides tried to outflank one another toward the north. This movement eventually reached the coast. With no open flank remaining, the armies dug trenches. The Western Front took shape. The German army still occupied much of Belgium and valuable territory in France. But it had failed to eliminate France. Germany now faced the strategic nightmare. Its leaders had feared most, a war on two fronts. France and Britain in the west, Russia in the east. The Marne changed the course of the war, because it prevented an early German victory. But it also ensured that the conflict would continue. The short war was over, the long war was beginning. By early 1915, the Western Front was locked in stalemate. The Allies began searching for another way to break the Central Powers. Their attention turned south and east, toward the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire had entered the war on the side of Germany and Austria-Hungary. Its position connected Europe, the Middle East, the Black Sea, and the Mediterranean. If the Allies could force the Ottomans out of the war, they might open a supply route to Russia through the Black Sea. They might threaten Constantinople, the Ottoman capital. They might also encourage neutral Balkan states to join the Allied side. The plan centered on the Dardanelles, a narrow waterway connecting the Aegean Sea to the Sea of Marmara. Beyond it stood Constantinople and the entrance to the Black Sea. British leaders believed naval power might force a passage through the strait. Warships would destroy Ottoman coastal defenses, clear the minefields, and advance toward the capital. In theory, the operation offered a way around the trenches of France. In practice, the Dardanelles were heavily defended. Ottoman forts guarded the narrow waterway, minefields blocked the passage. Mobile artillery batteries could change position, the terrain favored the defenders. In February and March 1915, British and French warships attacked. They bombarded Ottoman positions, minesweepers attempted to clear a route. But progress was slow. On March 18th, the Allies launched a major naval assault. Several ships struck mines, others came under heavy fire. 3 battleships were sunk, more were damaged. The naval attack was abandoned. The Allies now decided that soldiers would have to capture the peninsula from the land. On April 25, 1915, Allied troops landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula. British, French, Australian, New Zealand, Indian, and Newfoundland forces took part. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, known as ANZAC, landed on a difficult section of coast north of the main British landing areas. The beaches were narrow, the ground rose sharply. Deep valleys and ridges made movement difficult. Ottoman defenders reacted quickly. Among their officers was Mustafa Kemal, a commander whose leadership at Gallipoli would later help make him one of the most important figures in modern Turkish history. Kemal understood the importance of the high ground. He directed Ottoman troops toward the ridges before the Allies could secure them. The invaders established positions near the coast, but they failed to achieve a decisive breakthrough. Soon, Gallipoli began to resemble the Western Front. The soldiers dug trenches, the opposing lines were sometimes extremely close. Heat, flies, disease, and shortages of clean water made conditions unbearable. The dead could not always be buried quickly, food spoiled, dysentery spread. Every attempt to advance met determined resistance. In August, the Allies launched another major offensive. New landings were made at Suvla Bay, troops attacked important ridges. For a moment, a breakthrough seemed possible. But delays, confusion, and strong Ottoman resistance stopped the advance. The campaign had failed. During the winter, the Allies prepared to withdraw. The evacuation was one of the best organized parts of the entire operation. Soldiers left quietly. Devices were created to fire rifles automatically after positions had been abandoned. By January 1916, the final Allied troops had departed. Gallipoli had not opened a route to Russia, The Ottoman Empire remained in the war. Allied prestige had suffered. The campaign caused political consequences in Britain, including the departure of Winston Churchill from the government position from which he had strongly supported the operation. For Australia and New Zealand, Gallipoli became a central part of national memory. The Anzac soldiers had fought far from home, and their sacrifice became associated with the emergence of distinct national identities. For the Ottoman Empire, the victory provided an enormous boost to morale. It also elevated Mustafa Kemal, who would later lead the Turkish War of Independence and become the founder of the Republic of Turkey. Gallipoli changed the war not because the Allies won, but because they failed. It showed that there was no easy route around the Western Front. Sea power alone could not overcome mines, coastal defenses, and determined troops. Amphibious warfare required careful coordination between ships, soldiers, intelligence, logistics, and command. The Allies had hoped to find a shortcut to victory. Instead, they found another battlefield of trenches. February 1916. The German army prepared to attack one of the most symbolic places in France. Verdun, the city stood behind a ring of forts near the Meuse River. It had military importance, but its emotional importance was even greater. Verdun represented French history, defense, and national pride. German Chief of the General Staff Erich von Falkenhayn believed France could be forced into a battle it could not abandon. His strategy was not simply to capture territory. He intended to place France in a position where it had to keep sending soldiers into the battle. German artillery would destroy them. The German army would make France bleed. On February 21, 1916, the bombardment began. Thousands of German guns opened fire. Shells struck forts, roads, trenches, forests, and villages. The noise could be heard far from the battlefield. The landscape disappeared beneath smoke and earth. German infantry advanced. One of the strongest forts, Fort Douaumont, was captured with surprising ease. The loss shocked France. Verdun appeared to be in danger. French commanders rushed reinforcements into the sector. General Philippe Pétain was placed in charge of the defense. He reorganized the battlefield. Artillery was strengthened, units were rotated. Supplies were moved along a single essential road connecting Verdun to the rest of France. The road became known as the Sacred Way. Day and night, trucks carried soldiers, ammunition, food, and equipment toward Verdun. They returned carrying wounded men. The movement never stopped. French units were rotated through the battlefield so frequently that a large part of the French army experienced Verdun. The battle became a national struggle. A phrase became associated with the defense: "They shall not pass." The Germans continued attacking. Fort Vaux became the center of intense fighting. Its defenders resisted inside dark underground passages. Water ran out. Communication became difficult. Eventually, the fort surrendered, but French resistance continued. The battle moved across hills, ravines, forts, and ruined villages. Artillery reshaped the entire landscape. Forests were reduced to broken trunks. Villages disappeared. The ground became filled with shell craters. Rain turned it into mud. Summer brought heat and dust. The men endured constant bombardment. Both sides suffered enormous losses. Germany had hoped to destroy the French army through attrition. But German soldiers were also being consumed by the battle. Every German advance required more men. Every captured position became a target for French artillery. The battle Falkenhayn had designed to exhaust France was exhausting Germany too. Elsewhere, the Allies prepared a major offensive on the Somme River. When that attack began in July, Germany had to transfer forces away from Verdun. The pressure on the French gradually eased. Later in the year, French troops counterattacked. Fort Douaumont was recaptured. Fort Vaux was also retaken. By December, the main battle was effectively over. Verdun had lasted most of 1916, making it the longest major battle of the war. Hundreds of thousands of men had been killed or wounded. And after all that sacrifice, the front line had changed very little. Verdun became a symbol of French endurance. France had not broken. Germany had not achieved the decisive result it wanted, but the cost weakened both armies. The battle also demonstrated the limits of attrition. A commander might plan to destroy the enemy through losses. But once the battle began, he could not control which side would suffer more. Verdun became more than a military engagement. It became a national memory. For generations of French people, the name represented sacrifice, resistance, and survival. But while France fought for Verdun, Britain and its allies were preparing an offensive of their own. It would become one of the bloodiest battles in British military history. The Allied offensive on the Somme had been planned before the full crisis at Verdun developed. Originally, French forces were expected to play the leading role. But Verdun consumed French manpower. Britain was forced to carry more of the burden. The British Army of 1916 was very different from the small professional force that had entered the war 2 years earlier. It had expanded into a mass army. Hundreds of thousands of volunteers had enlisted. Many joined together with friends, co-workers, and neighbors. These formations became known as PALS battalions. Men trained together, served together, and would sometimes suffer together. The Somme would be the first major battle for many of them. The Allied objective was to break through German defenses, relieve pressure on Verdun, and inflict losses the German army could not replace. Before the infantry advanced, the British launched a massive artillery bombardment. For days, shells fell on German positions. The guns were expected to destroy trenches, cut barbed wire, and eliminate the defenders. Commanders believed the bombardment would make the infantry attack much easier. But many German soldiers were protected in deep dugouts. Some British shells failed to explode. Much of the wire remained intact. The defenders waited underground. On the morning of July 1, 1916, the bombardment stopped. British soldiers climbed out of their trenches along many sections of the front. They advanced in ordered lines. They carried heavy equipment. Some had been told that German resistance would be weak. Then, German soldiers emerged from their shelters. Machine guns began firing. The results were devastating. By the end of the first day, the British Army had suffered nearly 60,000 casualties, including approximately 19,000 dead. It was the bloodiest single day in its history. Some battalions were almost destroyed, because many units had been recruited from the same communities. A single day could affect an entire town. Families received news. Workplaces lost groups of young men. Local streets entered mourning together. But the battle did not end on July 1st. It continued through the summer. Then into the autumn, British, French, and Commonwealth forces launched repeated attacks. The Germans defended strongly. Villages, woods, ridges, and trench systems became separate battles. Names such as Delville Wood, Poziers, Thiepval, and Beaumont Hamel entered military memory. The Allies did make progress. French forces achieved some early successes. British tactics gradually improved. Artillery and infantry coordination became more effective. Small unit methods developed, but every advance was costly. In September, a new weapon appeared, the tank. British tanks moved toward German positions. Their armor offered protection from rifle and machine gun fire. They could cross some trenches, break through wire, and create panic. But the first tanks were mechanically unreliable, many broke down. Others became trapped, only a limited number reached the enemy. They did not create the decisive breakthrough commanders hoped for, yet their arrival was historically important. For the first time, armored vehicles had entered a major battlefield. The technology was immature, but its future potential was clear. The Somme offensive finally ended in November. The Allies had advanced several kilometers at most. More than 1 million soldiers on all sides had been killed, wounded, or reported missing during the campaign. The German army had suffered serious losses. The battle also reduced pressure on Verdun. But the breakthrough never came. Was the Somme a failure? The answer depends on how the battle is judged. If its purpose was to break the German line and restore movement to the Western Front, it failed. If its purpose was to relieve Verdun, damage the German army, and develop the British army into a more experienced fighting force, it had important effects. The British soldiers of 1916 learned painful lessons. Artillery had to be more accurate. Infantry could not simply walk toward intact machine guns. Aircraft reconnaissance had to improve. Communication needed to continue after troops crossed the front line. Tanks, artillery, machine guns, engineers, and infantry had to work together. These lessons would influence later Allied operations, but learning them had required an enormous sacrifice. The Somme revealed the central problem of the First World War. Industrial armies possessed extraordinary destructive power, but they had not yet mastered how to move safely across a modern battlefield. The result was not a decisive victory. It was destruction on a scale Europe had never imagined. While armies fought in France, another struggle was taking place at sea. Britain depended on maritime power. Its navy protected trade routes, connected the British Empire, transported soldiers, and brought food and raw materials to the country. The Royal Navy also maintained a distant blockade of Germany. The blockade restricted Germany's access to overseas goods. Over time, it placed increasing pressure on the German economy and civilian population. Germany had built a powerful fleet before the war. Its high seas fleet contained modern battleships and battle cruisers. But Germany faced a problem. The British Grand Fleet was larger. A direct battle against the full British fleet was extremely dangerous. German commanders therefore hoped to destroy the Royal Navy in smaller parts. They planned operations that might lure part of the British fleet into an ambush. In late May 1916, the German fleet moved into the North Sea. But British intelligence had intercepted and analyzed German communications. The Grand Fleet sailed to meet it. On May 31st, British battle cruisers under Admiral David Beatty encountered German battle cruisers commanded by Admiral Franz von Hipper. The ships opened fire at long range. Massive guns launched shells across the sea. Columns of water rose around the vessels. The battle cruisers moved at high speed. Visibility changed with smoke, mist, and distance. Several British battle cruisers suffered catastrophic explosions. HMS Indefatigable was destroyed. HMS Queen Mary followed. Large numbers of sailors were lost within minutes. Beatty continued pursuing the German ships southward toward the main German high seas fleet when the German battleships appeared. The British force turned north. The Germans followed. But this movement was bringing them toward Admiral John Jellicoe and the full British Grand Fleet. Jellicoe deployed his battleships across the German route. For a moment, the German fleet faced the concentrated firepower of the Royal Navy. German commander Reinhard Scheer ordered a dramatic turn away. Later, the fleets engaged again as darkness approached. The German ships attempted to escape. Night fighting became confused. Destroyers launched torpedoes. Ships passed one another in darkness. Communication was limited by the morning of June 1st. The German fleet had returned toward its bases. Britain had lost more ships and sailors than Germany. Germany therefore claimed a tactical victory, but the larger strategic situation had not changed in Germany's favor. The British Grand Fleet remained more powerful. The Royal Navy continued controlling the North Sea. The blockade continued. The German surface fleet did not destroy British naval superiority. Jutland became one of the most debated battles of the war. Britain had expected a victory like Trafalgar, a complete destruction of the enemy fleet. That did not happen. The German fleet had escaped. The British losses were deeply shocking. But Germany had also failed in its main strategic objective. It had not broken the blockade. It had not reduced the Royal Navy enough to gain control of the sea. After Jutland, Germany increasingly turned toward another form of naval warfare. The submarine. German U-boats attacked merchant shipping, attempting to cut Britain's supply lines. This strategy would eventually contribute to the entry of the United States into the war. Jutland showed that a battle could produce two different results. Tactically, Germany had inflicted greater losses. Strategically, Britain remained in control. The largest naval battle of the First World War had not destroyed either fleet. But it confirmed that Germany could not defeat Britain through surface naval power. Britain's blockade remained in place, slowly tightening around the Central Powers. The Western Front has come to dominate the memory of the First World War. But enormous battles were also fought in the East. The Eastern Front stretched across a vast area. From the Baltic, through Poland, into Ukraine, and toward the borders of Romania. Unlike the Western Front, the Eastern Front was too large to be completely sealed by continuous trenches. Armies could sometimes move over great distances. But the scale created its own problems. Supply lines were long. Railway networks were uneven. Communication was difficult. In 1914, Russia had invaded East Prussia. But German forces defeated the Russians at Tannenberg. Elsewhere, Russian armies achieved success against Austria-Hungary. The fighting continued through 1915. Germany and Austria-Hungary launched major offensives. Russian forces retreated across large areas. They lost Poland and other territory. By 1916, Russia had suffered enormous casualties. Its armies faced shortages of weapons, ammunition, equipment, and experienced officers. Yet Russia was still capable of attacking. The Allies needed Russian pressure in the east to prevent Germany and Austria-Hungary from concentrating all their forces in France and Italy. Russian General Alexei Brusilov developed a new approach. Traditional offensives often concentrated troops and artillery in one obvious area. The enemy could detect preparations, move reserves, and strengthen the threatened sector. Brusilov planned attacks along a much broader front. He ordered his troops to prepare carefully concealed positions. Assault trenches were dug close to enemy lines. Aerial photographs were studied, targets were selected. Instead of relying only on a long bombardment, the Russians would use shorter, more accurate artillery fire. Multiple attacks would begin almost simultaneously. The enemy would not know where to send reserves. On June 4, 1916, the offensive began against Austria-Hungary. The results were immediate. Russian artillery struck defensive positions, infantry attacked across several sectors. Austro-Hungarian lines collapsed, large numbers of soldiers surrendered. Russian forces advanced rapidly. The scale of the breakthrough shocked the Central Powers. Austria-Hungary faced a military crisis. Germany had to transfer troops east to stabilize the situation. For Russia, the offensive was one of its greatest successes of the war. It also influenced other countries. Romania entered the war on the Allied side, believing the Central Powers were weakening. But the offensive eventually slowed. Russian losses were severe. Other Russian commanders failed to support Brusilov effectively. Supply difficulties increased as the army advanced. German reinforcements arrived. Romania was later invaded and largely defeated by the Central Powers. The Brusilov offensive did not knock Austria-Hungary out of the war, but it permanently weakened its army. After 1916, Austria-Hungary became increasingly dependent on Germany. The offensive also demonstrated that breakthrough was possible. Careful preparation, surprise, shorter bombardments, and attacks across a broad front could overwhelm trench defenses. Later armies would develop similar ideas further. Yet Russia could not fully benefit from its victory. Its own losses deepened the crisis inside the country. Millions of soldiers and civilians were exhausted by war. Food shortages, inflation, political anger, and military failure continued to weaken the empire. Less than a year later, revolution would overthrow Tsar Nicholas II. The Russian Empire had won one of the most impressive offensives of the war. But the state behind the army was beginning to collapse. By 1917, the Western Front had already consumed millions of lives. But British commanders still searched for a decisive breakthrough. Field Marshal Douglas Haig focused attention on Flanders, in western Belgium. The Belgian coast contained German submarine bases. German U-boats were attacking Allied shipping. If British forces could break through near Ypres, they might advance toward the coast, capture the bases, and reduce the submarine threat. The plan also aimed to weaken the German army, which had already endured Verdun and the Somme. The offensive began near Ypres in the summer of 1917. Before the main attack, British forces achieved an important success at Messines Ridge. Engineers had spent months digging tunnels beneath German positions. On June 7th, a series of enormous mines exploded. The blasts destroyed strong points and shocked the defenders. British and Commonwealth forces captured the ridge. The operation showed what careful planning and limited objectives could achieve. But the larger campaign that followed became far more difficult. Artillery bombardments had destroyed drainage systems across the low-lying battlefield. Then, heavy rain arrived. The ground could no longer absorb the water. Fields became swamps. Shell holes filled. Roads disappeared. Men, horses, guns, and vehicles struggled through deep mud. Moving artillery forward became extremely difficult. Without artillery support, infantry attacks became more dangerous. Wounded soldiers could not be removed easily. Supply parties took hours to travel short distances. Soldiers stepped from wooden walkways and sank into the mud. The battlefield itself became an obstacle. German defenses were organized in depth. Instead of relying on a single front trench, German troops occupied concrete shelters, machine gun positions, and defensive zones extending behind the line. When Allied forces captured one position, they faced another. German artillery targeted the routes the attackers needed for supplies and reinforcements. The battle continued through August, September, October, and into November. There were periods of progress. British, Australian, New Zealand, Canadian, and other Allied troops captured important positions. Tactics continued improving. Small advances were supported by carefully timed artillery barrages. But the weather and terrain made sustained movement extremely difficult. The village of Passchendaele became the final major objective. By the time Canadian forces captured its ruins in November, the name had come to represent the entire campaign. The Allies had advanced only a limited distance. The German submarine bases remained beyond reach. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Passchendaele became a symbol of commanders continuing an offensive under conditions that appeared almost impossible. Photographs showed soldiers surrounded by water and mud. Trees stood without branches, buildings had vanished. The landscape appeared lifeless. Defenders of the offensive argued that it weakened the German army, captured important high ground, and developed tactics later used successfully in 1918. Critics argued that the gains did not justify the cost. The debate has continued for generations, but for the soldiers who fought there, Passchendaele was not an argument about strategy. It was mud, rain, shellfire, exhaustion, and the struggle to move forward one step at a time. By the beginning of 1918, the strategic situation had changed dramatically. Russia had left the war. Revolution had destroyed the old Russian Empire. The new Bolshevik government signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany. The Eastern Front closed. For the first time, Germany could transfer large numbers of soldiers from the east to the west. This appeared to create a final opportunity, but another force was approaching. The United States. America had entered the war in April 1917. At first, its army was small and unprepared for a conflict of this scale. But American industry, money, food, ships, and manpower offered the Allies enormous long-term strength. Every month, more American soldiers crossed the Atlantic. German leaders understood the danger. If they waited, the balance would turn against them. Germany had to win in 1918. German General Erich Ludendorff planned a series of major offensives. New assault tactics would be used, instead of attacking every position equally. Specially trained stormtroopers would infiltrate through weak points. They would bypass some strong defenses, move into rear areas, disrupt communications, attack artillery, and create confusion. Artillery bombardments would be shorter and more concentrated. Gas and high explosives would strike headquarters, roads, and gun positions. The first attack, Operation Michael, began on March 21, 1918. German artillery opened fire across a wide front. The bombardment was one of the most intense of the war. British positions were struck, communication lines were cut. Fog covered parts of the battlefield. German troops advanced. For the first time in years, the Western Front moved dramatically. British units were forced back. Large areas of territory were lost. German forces advanced toward Amiens, a vital railway center connecting British and French armies. The Allied command structure came under pressure. British and French leaders feared their armies might be separated. The crisis helped produce an important change. French General Ferdinand Foch was given increasing authority to coordinate Allied operations. For years, the Allied armies had fought under separate national commands. Now, they moved closer to a unified strategy. The German advance continued, but the offensive began losing strength. Stormtroopers had suffered heavy casualties. They were among Germany's most experienced soldiers. Supply units could not keep pace. The battlefield had already been devastated during earlier fighting. Roads were damaged. Railways had to be repaired. Artillery struggled to move forward. Hungry German soldiers also discovered Allied supply areas containing food and equipment, and available in Germany after years of blockade. Some stopped to eat or collect supplies. The offensive lacked a single clear strategic objective. German troops advanced where resistance was weakest. But those areas were not always the most important. Amiens remained in Allied hands. The British and French armies were not separated. Germany launched further offensives in Flanders and along the Aisne. Again, the Germans achieved impressive initial gains. They advanced close enough to threaten Paris with long-range artillery. But again, they failed to destroy the Allied armies. The final German offensive reached the Marne River in July. The location carried enormous symbolic meaning. Germany had been stopped at the Marne in 1914. Now, 4 years later, it had returned. But the German army of 1918 was exhausted. The Allies knew the attack was coming. French, British, American, and Italian forces resisted. Then, the Allies counterattacked. French and American troops struck the German flank. Hundreds of tanks supported the advance. Germany was forced to withdraw from the Marne. The final gamble had failed. Germany had gained territory. But it had lost soldiers it could not replace. The army was now weaker than before the offensives began. And the Allies were preparing to attack. August 8, 1918. Before dawn, the Allied forces prepared near Amiens. There would be no long bombardment warning the Germans that an attack was coming. Instead, surprise would be essential. British, Australian, Canadian, French, and other Allied forces were ready. Hundreds of tanks waited behind the lines. Aircraft prepared to support the attack. Artillery had carefully identified German gun positions. At 4:20 in the morning, the Allied attack began. A dense mist covered the battlefield. Artillery struck German positions. Tanks moved forward. Infantry followed behind a protective barrage. Aircraft attacked troops, headquarters, and transport routes. The operation combined several weapons into a coordinated system. Artillery suppressed enemy guns, tanks crossed wire and trenches. Infantry captured positions. Aircraft observed the battlefield and disrupted reinforcements. The German defenders were surprised. Some units resisted strongly, others collapsed. Thousands of German soldiers surrendered. The Allies advanced several kilometers on the first day. A remarkable achievement, by the standards of the Western Front. German General Erich Ludendorff later described August 8th as the Black Day of the German Army. The phrase did not refer only to the territory lost. It reflected something deeper. German morale was breaking. Soldiers had fought for years. They had endured blockade, hunger, loss, and repeated offensives. In the spring, they had been told victory was close. Now, they were retreating. Amiens did not end the war in a single day. The Allied advance slowed as tanks broke down, and supply lines stretched forward. But the strategic initiative had changed sides. Germany would never regain it. The Allies continued attacking. Rather than concentrating everything into one enormous offensive, they struck at different sections of the front. When German resistance strengthened in one area, the Allies shifted pressure elsewhere. This series of operations became known as the 100 Days Offensive. British and Commonwealth armies attacked across northern France and Belgium. French forces advanced. American troops fought major operations at Saint-Mihiel and in the Meuse-Argonne. The Hindenburg Line, Germany's powerful defensive system, was breached. German armies withdrew. Railways and supply centers came under threat. Germany's allies were also collapsing. Bulgaria signed an armistice. The Ottoman Empire followed. Austria-Hungary began breaking apart, under military defeat and nationalist pressure. Inside Germany, the blockade continued causing shortages. The civilian population was exhausted. Sailors mutinied. Revolution spread. Germany's military leaders informed the government that the war could no longer be won. On November 11, 1918, an armistice took effect. The guns fell silent. The 100 Days Offensive had demonstrated how warfare had changed. The Allies did not win simply because they possessed tanks. They won because they coordinated tanks, infantry, artillery, aircraft, engineers, intelligence, and logistics more effectively than before. They had learned from years of failure. But those lessons had come at an extraordinary price. Amiens became the beginning of the end. The battlefield that had remained nearly frozen for years was moving again. This time, it would not stop until the war was over. No single battle won the First World War. The conflict was too large, too complex, and too global. But each major battle changed what came next. The Marne stopped Germany from defeating France in 1914. It transformed a rapid campaign into a long war of attrition. Gallipoli showed the danger of searching for an easy alternative to the Western Front. Its strength and Ottoman confidence shaped Australian and New Zealand national identity and helped bring Mustafa Kemal to prominence. Verdun tested whether France could survive. France held, but both France and Germany paid an enormous price. The sum revealed the full destructive power of industrial warfare. It devastated communities, introduced tanks, and forced the British Army to learn how modern battles had to be fought. Jutland preserved Britain's command of the sea. The German fleet survived, but the blockade remained. Germany increasingly turned to submarine warfare, a decision that helped bring the United States into the conflict. The Brusilov offensive nearly destroyed Austria-Hungary's military independence. It demonstrated new offensive methods, but also deepened the exhaustion that would soon overwhelm Russia itself. Passchendaele showed both the determination and the limits of the Allied armies. It became a symbol of battles continuing even when weather, terrain, and enemy defenses made success almost impossible. Germany's spring offensive proved that the trench stalemate could be broken, but it also revealed that a breakthrough, without supplies, reserves, and a clear strategic objective could not produce victory. Amiens showed what 4 years of experience had created. The Allies had learned to combine weapons, coordinate armies, and maintain pressure across a wide front. By 1918, the war was no longer controlled by the defensive systems that had dominated 1915 and 1916. The balance had shifted, yet tactics alone do not fully explain the outcome. Germany still had millions of soldiers, its army still occupied foreign territory. No Allied army had marched into Berlin, so why did Germany ask for an armistice? Why did Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria collapse? Why did the entry of the United States matter so much? How did the British naval blockade weaken the Central Powers? And why, after 4 years of sacrifice, did the Allies finally win? That is the story of Part 5, Why the Allies Won. The guns had finally fallen silent. The war was over, yet ending the fighting was only the beginning. Now the victors faced an even greater challenge. How do you build a peace that will last? When the First World War began, most leaders believed armies would decide the outcome quickly. Soldiers would mobilize. Battles would be fought. One side would win. And governments would negotiate peace, but the war did not end quickly. The fighting continued through 1914, then 1915, then 1916, and 1917. As the conflict expanded, victory depended on far more than battlefield courage. Modern armies required enormous quantities of material: rifles, machine guns, artillery, shells, uniforms, boots, food, coal, steel, horses, trucks, railways, and ships. Every shell fired on the Western Front had to be manufactured somewhere. Every soldier had to be trained, equipped, transported, fed, and replaced. Factories that had once produced civilian goods were converted to military production. Workers entered industries previously close to them. Governments controlled prices, food supplies, railways, and raw materials. Taxes increased. States borrowed enormous sums of money. Propaganda encouraged sacrifice. Civilians were told that their work at home was as important as the fighting at the front. The war became a total war. It reached into almost every part of society. The side that could mobilize the greatest resources and continue doing so for the longest period would possess an enormous advantage. At first, Germany appeared well prepared. It had one of the strongest industrial economies in Europe. Its chemical industry was highly advanced. Its railways were efficient. Its army was professionally organized. German factories produced weapons and ammunition on a vast scale. But Germany faced a serious strategic problem. It was surrounded by enemies. Britain and France stood in the west. Russia stood in the east. The British Royal Navy controlled access to many overseas markets. Germany could produce enormous quantities of military equipment, but it could not easily obtain all the food, oil, metals, and other raw materials required for a long global war. The Allies had different weaknesses. France suffered terrible battlefield losses. Britain had entered the war with a relatively small army. Russia struggled with industrial development and transportation. But together, the Allied powers possessed advantages Germany could not easily overcome. They controlled large overseas empires. They had access to global trade. They could draw on resources from North America, Africa, Asia, Australia, and the Middle East. Britain's financial system connected the Allies to international markets. France possessed a large population and major industrial regions. Russia provided enormous manpower until revolution removed it from the war. Later, the United States added an economic and military force greater than any single European power could match. The longer the war continued, the more these advantages mattered. Germany might win a battle, but it could not easily replace every trained soldier. Austria-Hungary might defend a front, but it struggled to feed its population. The Ottoman Empire might survive another campaign, but its infrastructure and economy were under enormous pressure. The Central Powers were fighting a war of endurance against enemies with access to a much larger world. By 1918, that difference had become decisive. Britain's greatest weapon was not located in the trenches. It was at sea. For centuries, British power had depended on the Royal Navy. The Navy protected the British Isles, maintained trade routes, connected the empire, and prevented rival powers from dominating Europe. When war began, Britain used this naval strength to isolate Germany from the global economy. The Royal Navy established a blockade. It controlled the North Sea and important maritime routes. Ships traveling toward neutral European countries were inspected. Cargo suspected of being intended for Germany could be seized. The blockade was not perfect. Goods still reached Germany through neutral states. Smuggling continued. The Baltic remained partly accessible. But over time, the blockade became increasingly effective. Germany depended on imports for important materials: food, animal feed, fertilizer, rubber, oil, metals, and chemicals. As imports declined, shortages spread. The German government attempted to control distribution. Rationing was introduced, substitute products were created. Scientists searched for alternatives to imported materials. German industry adapted impressively, but adaptation could not solve every problem. Food production declined. Millions of farmers and agricultural workers had been taken into the army. Horses had been requisitioned. Fertilizer became more difficult to obtain. Transportation systems were overloaded. Coal shortages affected homes, factories, and railways. The winter of 1916 to 1917 became especially difficult. A poor potato harvest forced many civilians to rely heavily on turnips, a crop normally used to feed animals. The period became known as the turnip winter. Meals became smaller. Bread quality declined. Meat became rare. Children, older people, and the poor suffered the most. Malnutrition weakened resistance to disease. Civilian mortality increased. The blockade did not cause every shortage. German military demands, government mismanagement, labor shortages, and poor harvests also contributed. But British control of the seas intensified every problem. Germany could not freely purchase what it lacked. Its enemies could. Britain itself faced danger from German submarines. U-boats attacked merchant shipping in an attempt to cut Britain's supply lines. Germany hoped to starve Britain before the blockade starved Germany. In 1917, Germany resumed unrestricted submarine warfare. U-boats attacked ships approaching Britain, including vessels from neutral countries. For a time, The campaign was extremely dangerous. Merchant losses rose. British leaders feared that food and essential supplies might run dangerously low. But the Allies responded. Merchant ships began traveling in convoys. Protected by naval escorts, patrols increased. Anti-submarine methods improved. Shipbuilding expanded. The submarine campaign failed to force Britain out of the war. Worse for Germany, it helped bring the United States into the conflict. The maritime war had produced opposite results. Britain remained connected to the world. Germany remained restricted. By 1918, the Royal Navy had not destroyed the German army. But the blockade had weakened the society supporting it. Soldiers at the front received fewer supplies. Civilians at home lost confidence. Workers became exhausted. The economic pressure grew month after month. Britain's control of the seas did not win the war alone. But without it, Germany might have continued fighting far longer. Britain did not fight the war alone. It stood at the center of a global empire. When Britain declared war on Germany in August 1914, the conflict immediately extended far beyond Europe. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, South Africa, Newfoundland, and other territories became involved. Millions of people from across the empire contributed as soldiers, laborers, sailors, medical workers, and factory workers. Canadian forces fought in major battles on the Western Front. They gained a reputation for effectiveness at places such as Vimy Ridge and Passchendaele. Australian and New Zealand troops fought at Gallipoli. Then later in France and Belgium. Indian soldiers served in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and other theaters. South African forces fought in Africa and Europe. Troops and laborers from the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia supported military operations across the Allied world. The empire also supplied raw materials, food, wool, metals, timber, horses, and other essential goods moved across the oceans. British merchant shipping connected these resources to the war effort. London raised money, the Royal Navy protected routes. Imperial ports and bases supported operations from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. The Allied coalition was not simply larger than the Central Powers. It was geographically broader. When one region experienced shortages, resources could sometimes be drawn from another. When Britain needed more soldiers, it could recruit from across the empire. When France required food or materials, Allied shipping could bring them from overseas. This global system had serious limits. Imperial relationships were unequal. Colonial subjects often served under discriminatory conditions. Many had little political voice. Promises of reform and self-government were not always fulfilled. The sacrifices made during the war would later strengthen demands for independence. But during the conflict itself, the empire provided Britain with strategic depth. Germany had colonies too, but the Royal Navy quickly isolated many of them. German overseas territories were captured or cut off. Germany could not use its empire as effectively as Britain used its own. The contribution of the British Empire also affected morale. Germany was fighting not only Britain, but soldiers and resources drawn from around the globe. The Western Front included troops from countries thousands of kilometers away. The war had become truly international. By 1918, the imperial contribution helped the Allies maintain pressure even after years of heavy losses. Fresh divisions arrived. Food continued crossing the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Raw materials fed factories. The Central Powers had no comparable global network. They had powerful armies. But their world was shrinking. The Allied world was still expanding. France carried an enormous burden during the First World War. Much of the Western Front crossed French territory. German forces occupied important industrial and agricultural regions in the north and east. French towns and villages became battlefields. Millions of civilians were displaced. The French army suffered devastating casualties. By the end of the war, almost every community had lost men. Yet France continued fighting. In 1914, the Battle of the Marne prevented German victory. In 1916, France survived Verdun. The battle became a symbol of national endurance. French soldiers fought for months under conditions of extreme violence. The army held, but the cost was terrible. By 1917, exhaustion had spread through the French forces. A major offensive led by General Robert Nivelle promised a breakthrough. The soldiers were told that German defenses would collapse quickly. Instead, the attack failed, casualties mounted. Confidence in senior leadership collapsed. Mutinies spread through parts of the French army. The word mutiny can create the impression that soldiers abandoned the war completely. That was not what happened. Many soldiers refused to participate in further suicidal offensives. But they continued defending their positions. They were willing to protect France. They were no longer willing to die in attacks they believed had no purpose. General Philippe Pétain was given command. He responded with a combination of discipline and reform. Some mutineers were punished, a smaller number were executed. But Pétain also improved conditions. Leave was increased. Food was improved. Units were rested. Soldiers were told that large offensives would not continue until better preparation and stronger support were available. The French army recovered. It did not collapse. This was crucial. If France had broken in 1917, Germany might have won before American power became effective. Instead, France remained in the war. Its army defended the front. Its factories continued producing weapons. Its civilians continued supporting the national effort. French industry adapted despite the loss of important territory. Women entered factories in large numbers. Workers produced artillery, shells, vehicles, aircraft, and other equipment. The French state borrowed money and coordinated production. The country endured shortages, air raids, casualties, and political tension. But it survived. In 1918, when Germany launched its final offensives, French armies again played a central role. They defended the Marne. They coordinated with British and American forces. Then they joined the Allied counterattack. France did not win because it avoided crisis. France won because it survived crisis. Its government remained functioning. Its army remained in the field. Its people continued resisting. Germany had expected France to collapse in 1914. Then again at Verdun. Then again during the crises of 1917. Each time, France refused to break. That endurance was one of the foundations of Allied victory. Germany was the strongest member of the Central Powers. But it did not fight alone. Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria also carried major parts of the war. Each faced different enemies, each had different strengths, and each had serious weaknesses. Austria-Hungary entered the war to punish Serbia. But its armies performed poorly in the opening campaigns. They suffered heavy losses against Serbia and Russia. The empire contained many nationalities: Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Ukrainians, Croats, Serbs, Romanians, Italians, and others. Many soldiers fought loyally. But the empire's political structure was fragile. National groups had different ambitions. Languages complicated command. Economic development varied widely across regions. As the war continued, food shortages increased. Transportation systems came under pressure. Civilian dissatisfaction spread. The Brusilov offensive of 1916 badly damaged the Austro-Hungarian army. Germany had to send troops and assistance. From that point onward, Austria-Hungary became increasingly dependent on its ally. The Ottoman Empire also fought across enormous distances. It defended the Dardanelles, fought Russia in the Caucasus, faced British forces in Mesopotamia, Palestine, and the Arabian Peninsula. Its soldiers achieved important victories, including Gallipoli and the early defensive cut. But the empire lacked strong infrastructure. Railways were limited. Supplying distant fronts was difficult. Disease and hunger caused severe losses. The Arab Revolt, supported by Britain, added pressure in parts of the Middle East. By 1917 and 1918, British forces were advancing through Palestine and Syria. Jerusalem fell, Damascus followed. Bulgaria had entered the war in 1915. Its intervention helped defeat Serbia and opened a land connection between Germany and the Ottoman Empire. But Bulgaria also faced exhaustion. Food shortages, military losses, and dissatisfaction weakened the country. By 1918, the Central Powers were no longer equally capable partners. Germany increasingly supported them with soldiers, weapons, officers, and supplies. Every crisis forced Germany to divide its strength. It sent troops east, then south, then back west. The alliance that had once expanded Germany's strategic reach became a growing burden. In contrast, the Allied coalition was becoming stronger. Italy had joined the Allies in 1915. Romania entered in 1916, although it suffered military defeat. Portugal contributed forces. Japan supported the Allied cause in Asia and the Pacific. The United States joined in 1917. The Allied coalition had disagreements. Its operations were not always coordinated, but it could absorb setbacks and draw on additional partners. Germany could not replace a collapsing ally. If Austria-Hungary left the war, Germany would stand exposed in the south. If Bulgaria collapsed, the route to the Ottoman Empire would open. If the Ottomans surrendered, Allied forces could redirect pressure elsewhere. By 1918, the Central Powers did not collapse at the same moment. They fell one after another. And with each surrender, Germany became more isolated. For Germany, the greatest positive development of the war came in the east. Russia was collapsing. The Russian Empire had entered the war with one of the world's largest armies. But its military system struggled. There were shortages of weapons, ammunition, food, and equipment. Railways could not always support the enormous distances. Leadership was often poor, casualties reached millions. Civilian conditions deteriorated. Inflation increased. Food distribution failed. Public confidence in Tsar Nicholas II collapsed. In March 1917, according to the Western calendar, revolution broke out. Workers protested. Soldiers joined them. The Tsar abdicated. The old Russian monarchy ended. A provisional government took power. But it made a critical decision. Russia would remain in the war. The new government hoped continued fighting would preserve its alliances and international position. But the Russian people were exhausted. Soldiers wanted peace, peasants wanted land. Workers wanted food and political change. The army was losing discipline. Desertion increased. In the summer of 1917, Russia launched another offensive. It failed. German and Austro-Hungarian forces counterattacked. The Russian army continued disintegrating. In November, the Bolsheviks seized power. They promised peace. Negotiations with Germany began. In March 1918, Russia signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. The terms were severe. Russia gave up vast territories. Germany gained influence over regions containing large populations, agricultural land, and industrial resources. The Eastern Front ended. This appeared to be Germany's great opportunity. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers could now move west. For the first time since 1914, Germany could concentrate most of its strength against France and Britain. The Allied situation looked dangerous. Russia had left the coalition. Italy had suffered a major defeat at Caporetto. France had experienced mutinies. Britain had suffered terrible losses. American forces were not yet ready in large numbers. Germany believed it had one final chance, but the victory in the East contained hidden problems. German forces still had to occupy enormous territories. Soldiers remained deployed in Eastern Europe. Resources did not immediately flow west, in the quantities Germany hoped. Political instability spread across the region. Most importantly, Russia's withdrawal came too late. The United States had already entered the war. Germany had removed one major enemy. But another, far more powerful economically, was arriving. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk allowed Germany to launch its final offensive. But it did not guarantee victory. It only created a narrow window. And that window was closing. For nearly 3 years, the United States remained officially neutral. President Woodrow Wilson argued that America should stay outside the European conflict. Many Americans supported neutrality. The country had large immigrant communities with different views of the war. The Atlantic Ocean seemed to provide distance from Europe's crisis. But neutrality became increasingly difficult. American banks and companies traded heavily with the Allied powers. Britain's control of the seas limited commerce with Germany. As the war continued, the American economy became more closely connected to an Allied victory. German submarine warfare created greater tension. In 1915, a German U-boat sank the passenger liner Lusitania. Nearly 1,200 people died, including more than 100 Americans. Germany temporarily restricted its submarine campaign after American protests. But by early 1917, German leaders faced a choice. The British blockade was causing serious damage. They believed unrestricted submarine warfare could cut Britain's supply lines and force it to surrender. They knew the decision might bring America into the war. But they calculated that Britain would collapse before the United States could organize and transport a major army to Europe. It was one of the most important strategic gambles of the war. Germany resumed unrestricted submarine warfare. Ships in designated waters could be attacked without warning. Then, the British revealed the Zimmermann telegram. In the message, Germany proposed an alliance with Mexico if the United States entered the war. Germany suggested that Mexico might recover territory lost to the United States. The proposal caused outrage. On April 6, 1917, the United States declared war on Germany. America's immediate military strength was limited. Its regular army was relatively small. It lacked the experience, equipment, and organization required for a major European war. Building an army would take time. Men had to be recruited, trained, equipped, transported, and integrated into operations. German leaders believed they still had months to win. But America's importance was not only military, it was financial, industrial, and psychological. The United States possessed enormous productive capacity. Its farms supplied food. Its factories produced weapons, vehicles, machines, and raw materials. Its banks provided credit. Its shipyards built vessels. The Allies now knew that a powerful, new partner stood behind them. Germany knew the same thing. The arrival of American troops began slowly, then accelerated. General John J. Pershing commanded the American Expeditionary Forces. He wanted American units to fight as an independent army rather than simply being divided among British and French formations. Training continued in Europe. American troops gained experience in smaller operations. In 1918, they fought at Cantigny, Château-Thierry, Belleau-Wood, Saint-Mihiel, and the Meuse-Argonne. The American forces were inexperienced. They suffered from tactical mistakes. Their casualties could be severe. But they brought something the exhausted European armies desperately needed: fresh manpower. Every month, more Americans arrived. Hundreds of thousands became millions. Germany could calculate its own declining reserves. It could also see an enemy army growing larger. The psychological effect was enormous. German soldiers had fought for years. Many were hungry, their units were under strength. Their best assault troops had been lost. But their world was shrinking. The Allied world was still expanding. Across the lines, fresh American soldiers were arriving from a country whose industrial base had barely been touched by the war. Germany's submarine campaign had failed to defeat Britain. Instead, it had brought the United States into the conflict. The gamble had produced the outcome Germany feared most. In early 1918, Germany still possessed a powerful army. Russia had left the war. Troops moved from the Eastern Front to France. For the first time, Germany held a temporary, numerical advantage in the West. But the advantage would not last. American soldiers were arriving. German leaders knew that if they waited until 1919, the Allies would become overwhelmingly stronger. General Erich Ludendorff decided to attack. Germany would launch a series of offensives before American power could fully enter the battlefield. The first attack, Operation Mica, began on March 21, 1918. German artillery struck British positions across a wide front. High explosive shells, gas, and carefully planned fire hit trenches, headquarters, artillery batteries, and communication routes. Special assault units moved forward, stormtroopers bypassed strong points. They penetrated weak areas, disrupted rear positions, and created confusion. The attack achieved dramatic success. British forces retreated. Thousands of prisoners were captured. The front moved farther in days than it had during years of trench warfare. Germany appeared to have broken the stalemate. But the advance created new problems. The offensive lacked one clear strategic objective. German forces moved toward areas where resistance was weakest. Not always, where success would produce the greatest result. Supply lines stretched. Artillery could not move quickly across destroyed ground. Horses were exhausted, food and ammunition fell behind. The stormtroopers suffered heavy losses. These were some of Germany's best soldiers. They could not easily be replaced. German troops entered Allied supply depots. They found food, clothing, and equipment far better than what many had received in months. The discovery revealed the economic difference between the two sides. Germany's soldiers had advanced deeply, but their enemies appeared better supplied. Operation Michael failed to separate the British and French armies. It failed to capture Amiens. It failed to destroy the Allied coalition. Germany launched further offensives in Flanders, along the Aisne, and toward the Marne. Again, the initial advances were impressive. Again, they failed to produce a decisive victory. The German army reached the Marne River. Paris came under threat. But the Allied armies held. French, British, American, and other forces resisted. Coordination improved under Ferdinand Foch, who became the supreme Allied commander. This unified command was a major advantage. For years, the Allies had struggled to coordinate separate national armies. Now, their operations were increasingly directed toward a common strategy. In July 1918, Germany launched its final major offensive. The Allies counterattacked. French and American troops struck near the Marne. Tanks supported the advance. German forces began withdrawing. The offensive period had ended. Germany had lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Its most experienced assault units had been badly weakened. The army was exhausted. It had gained territory, but not victory. The last chance had failed. From that moment onward, Germany would be defending. The Allies did not win simply because they had more soldiers and resources. They also learned how to use them more effectively. The armies of 1918 were different from those of 1914. Early in the war, infantry often attacked in dense formations. Artillery bombardments were inaccurate. Communication was poor, Aircraft were primitive. Tanks did not exist. By 1918, the battlefield had changed. Artillery methods had improved. Gunners could calculate targets without firing long preliminary shots. This helped preserve surprise. Counter-battery fire targeted enemy artillery. Creeping barrages moved forward according to a schedule, providing protection for advancing infantry. Aircraft photographed defensives, observed enemy movement. Directed artillery attacked ground positions and fought for control of the sky. Tanks crossed trenches, crushed wire, and attacked machine gun positions. They remained unreliable, but when used properly, they reduced the burden on infantry. Engineers repaired roads, built bridges, cleared obstacles, and supported movement. Infantry tactics also changed. Smaller units operated more independently. Soldiers used light machine guns, rifle grenades, hand grenades, and specialized teams. Instead of attacking every position directly, units attempted to bypass strong points, exploit gaps, and maintain momentum. Communication remained difficult, but wireless technology, telephones, signals, runners, and aircraft improved coordination. The Allies learned that no single weapon could create victory. Tanks alone would fail. Artillery alone would fail. Infantry alone would suffer devastating losses. Success required combined arms. Every element had to support the others. At the Battle of Amiens on August 8, 1918, the Allies demonstrated this new method. British, Australian, Canadian, French, and other forces attacked. Hundreds of tanks moved forward, artillery struck German positions. Aircraft supported the operation, the attack achieved surprise. German units collapsed or surrendered, the Allies advanced rapidly. Ludendorff called it the Black Day of the German army. The phrase reflected more than a tactical defeat. German soldiers were losing confidence. Some no longer believed victory was possible. Amiens began a series of offensives known as the 100 Days. The Allies did not allow Germany time to recover. They attacked in one sector, then another. British and Commonwealth armies advanced in the north. French armies attacked. American forces fought at Saint-Mihiel and in the Meuse-Argonne. The Hindenburg Line was breached. German forces withdrew. The front that had remained nearly fixed for years was collapsing. The Allies had finally solved many of the problems of trench warfare. Not perfectly, not without heavy losses, but effectively enough to maintain pressure. Germany could still defend, it could still inflict casualties, but it could no longer regain the initiative. The battlefield was moving west to east, and every retreat brought the war closer to Germany itself. By the autumn of 1918, Germany's allies were reaching the end. The first to collapse was Bulgaria. Allied forces attacked on the Macedonian front. Bulgarian defenses broke, soldiers retreated. Political unrest increased. On September 29, Bulgaria signed an armistice. The surrender created a strategic crisis. The route toward the Ottoman Empire and Austria-Hungary was opening. Germany had lost an ally, the Ottoman Empire followed. British and Arab forces advanced through the Middle East. Ottoman armies were defeated, supply systems failed. The empire could no longer continue. On October 30th, the Ottomans accepted an armistice. Austria-Hungary was also disintegrating. Its army was exhausted. Food shortages affected soldiers and civilians. National movements demanded independence. Czechs, Slovaks, South Slavs, and others no longer accepted rule from Vienna and Budapest. Italy launched a major offensive at Vittorio Veneto. Austro-Hungarian forces collapsed, units surrendered in large numbers. The empire began breaking into separate states. On November 3rd, Austria-Hungary signed an armistice. Germany was now alone. Its allies had fallen one after another. The military situation was worsening. Allied armies continued advancing. The Hindenburg Line had been breached. German soldiers were retreating. The blockade remained. The economy was exhausted. The population was hungry. Influenza spread through Europe, adding another layer of suffering. German leaders understood that continued war might lead to invasion, revolution, and complete military collapse. The army had not been destroyed, but it could no longer win. That distinction was important. Germany still had soldiers in the field. Its front had not collapsed everywhere. But the strategic foundations of the war were gone. There were no allies left to support it. No realistic hope of defeating the expanding American army. No way to overcome Allied industrial superiority. No way to break the naval blockade. And no political confidence at home. The Central Powers had not been destroyed in one decisive battle. They had been weakened, isolated, and exhausted, until the entire alliance system collapsed. As the military situation deteriorated, political crisis spread through Germany. For years, the government had asked civilians to endure hardship. Victory was always presented as possible, sacrifice was described as necessary. But by late 1918, few people still believed the promises. Food shortages continued, workers were exhausted. Families had lost sons, husbands, and fathers. Soldiers returning from the front carried stories of retreat and failure. The gap between official propaganda and reality became impossible to ignore. German military leaders had dominated the country during the later years of the war. Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff exercised enormous influence. They had supported the final offensives, but when those offensives failed, they began demanding that the civilian government seek an armistice. This decision had long-term consequences. The military leadership wanted peace, but it also wanted civilians to accept responsibility for the defeat. Germany contacted President Woodrow Wilson. Its leaders hoped to negotiate based on Wilson's 14 points, a program that appeared more moderate than complete Allied punishment. But negotiations took time. The Allies demanded political change. Germany would have to become more democratic. Meanwhile, unrest spread. In late October, German naval commanders planned a final operation against the British fleet. Many sailors believed the mission was pointless. The war was already lost. They feared being sent to die for honor. Sailors refused orders. The mutiny spread from Wilhelmshaven to Kiel. Workers joined, soldiers formed councils. Revolution moved across the country. Cities came under the control of local councils. Demands grew for peace, political reform, and the removal of the monarchy. Kaiser Wilhelm II lost support. The army could not guarantee his position. On November 9, 1918, the Kaiser abdicated. The German Empire ended. A republic was declared. 2 days later, German representatives signed the armistice. The political collapse did not begin, because Allied soldiers had captured Berlin. It began because the war had destroyed confidence in the old system. Military failure, economic hardship, hunger, and social unrest combined. The monarchy that had taken Germany into war could not survive defeat. In early November 1918, German representatives crossed the front line. They traveled through France to meet Allied officials. The negotiations took place in a railway carriage in the forest of Compiègne. The Allied commander Ferdinand Foch presented the terms. Germany was required to evacuate occupied territories. Its forces had to withdraw from the west bank of the Rhine. Large quantities of military equipment had to be surrendered. Submarines were to be handed over. The blockade would continue. The terms were severe. But Germany had little room to negotiate. Its allies had surrendered. Its army was retreating. Revolution was spreading at home. The German delegation accepted. The armistice was signed early on November 11, 1918. It would take effect at 11 o'clock in the morning. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. But even after the agreement was signed, the fighting continued. Soldiers on both sides knew the war was almost over. Yet orders remained, artillery fired, patrols moved. Attacks were launched, men died during the final hours. Then, at 11 o'clock, the guns stopped. Along the Western Front, silence spread. For soldiers who had lived for years beneath shellfire, the absence of sound was difficult to understand. Some cheered, some cried, some remained silent. Many were too exhausted to celebrate. In cities across the Allied world, crowds filled the streets. Bells rang, flags appeared, people danced. The war was over. Or at least, the fighting had stopped. The armistice was not a peace treaty. It was an agreement to end military operations. The political settlement would come later. The armies would return home. Prisoners would be released. Empires would disappear. Borders would be redrawn. And the victors would need to decide what should happen next. But on November 11th, the immediate question was simple. Who had won? The Allies had survived. Germany and the Central Powers had accepted defeat. Yet victory did not bring Europe back to the world of 1914. Cities, villages, and farmland had been destroyed. For empires had collapsed, entire societies had been transformed. The Allies had won the war, but peace would prove far more difficult. The Allies won because several advantages came together at the same time. First, they possessed greater economic resources. Britain, France, their empires, and eventually the United States, could produce and purchase more food, weapons, ships, vehicles, and raw materials. Second, Britain controlled the seas. The Royal Navy protected Allied trade, while restricting Germany's access to global markets. The blockade gradually weakened the Central Powers. Third, the Allies had access to global manpower. Soldiers and workers came from across the British and French empires. The United States later added millions of potential troops. Fourth, France survived. Despite invasion, Verdun, mutinies, and enormous losses, the French army and state remained in the war. Germany never achieved the collapse it needed. Fifth, Germany's allies weakened faster than the Allied coalition. Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria became increasingly dependent on Germany. Then, they surrendered one after another. Sixth, Germany made strategic decisions that worsened its position. Unrestricted submarine warfare failed to defeat Britain and helped bring America into the war. The spring offensive gained territory, but destroyed some of Germany's best troops without achieving decisive victory. Seventh, the Allies improved their military coordination. Unified command under Ferdinand Foch helped Britain, France, the United States, and other Allied armies respond more effectively. Combined arms tactics improved. Artillery, tanks, aircraft, engineers, and infantry worked together. Finally, time favored the Allies. Germany needed a rapid victory. It failed in 1914. It failed at Verdun. It failed through submarine warfare. And it failed again in the spring of 1918. Every year the war continued, Germany's relative position became weaker. The blockade tightened. Its allies declined, its manpower fell. Its civilians suffered. And American strength increased. The Allies did not win because they avoided mistakes. They made many. They launched failed offensives, suffered catastrophic casualties, experienced political crises, and came close to disaster more than once. They won because they could absorb those failures, learn, replace losses, and continue. The Central Powers could not. In the end, the Allied advantage was not one brilliant general, one powerful weapon, or one decisive battle. It was endurance supported by global resources. Germany remained militarily dangerous until the final months. But it was fighting against a coalition whose strength continued growing, while its own world continued shrinking. That was the fundamental reason the Allies won. On November 11, 1918, the guns fell silent. The soldiers emerged from the trenches, the crowds celebrated, and Europe declared that the Great War was over. But victory created new questions. What should happen to Germany? Should it be punished or rebuilt? What would replace the German, Austro-Hungarian, Russian, and Ottoman empires? Where should the new borders be drawn? What promises should be made to the peoples of Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and Africa? And who would pay for the destruction? The leaders of the victorious nations believed they could create a new world. A world protected by international law. A world where another great war would become impossible. But they also carried anger, fear, grief, and competing national interests. France demanded security, Britain wanted stability. The United States promised a new international order. From that moment onward, Germany would be defending. Italy demanded territory. Smaller nations demanded independence. Colonized peoples demanded that the language of freedom apply to them too. The peace conference would attempt to satisfy all of them. It would fail. The Allies had won the war. Now, they had to win the peace. And the decisions they made would shape the next 20 years of history. That is the story of Part 6, the Peace of Versailles. The Treaty of Versailles reshaped Europe. New nations were born, old empires disappeared. Many believed the peace would secure a better future. Instead, it created new tensions that would soon push the world toward another catastrophe. The war had ended, but the peace was already beginning to fail. The armistice of November 1918 ended the fighting. But it did not restore normal life. Europe was exhausted. The war had killed millions of soldiers. Civilians had also died from bombardment, occupation, hunger, disease, and forced displacement. The influenza pandemic spread across a weakened world, killing millions more. Entire communities had lost a generation of young men. Families waited for soldiers who would never return. Others waited for news of men listed as missing. The wounded filled hospitals. Some had lost arms or legs. Some had suffered severe facial injuries. Others carried psychological trauma that society did not yet fully understand. The physical destruction was greatest in parts of France and Belgium. Villages had been erased, factories destroyed, railways damaged. Fields were filled with shell holes, barbed wire, unexploded ammunition, and human remains. Land that had once supported farming could no longer be used safely. Reconstruction would require years. The economic cost was also enormous. Governments had borrowed heavily to finance the war. Britain and France owed large sums to the United States. European currencies were under pressure. Inflation was rising, trade had been disrupted. Millions of soldiers had to be returned home and reintegrated into civilian life. Factories that had produced weapons needed to return to civilian production. Workers expected jobs, veterans expected recognition. Citizens expected governments to reward their sacrifices. At the same time, political order was breaking down. The Russian Revolution had created the world's first communist government. Revolutionary movements inspired workers across Europe. In Germany, the monarchy had fallen. A new republic had been declared. But the country remained unstable. Soldiers and sailors formed councils. Communists attempted revolution. Right-wing paramilitary groups organized against them. Political violence spread. Austria-Hungary had disappeared. Its territories were breaking into separate states. Czechoslovakia emerged. The Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was created. Austria and Hungary became separate countries. Poland returned to the map after more than a century of partition. But the new borders were not clear. Different peoples lived mixed together. Every line drawn on a map would place minorities on the wrong side. The Ottoman Empire was also collapsing. Its Arab territories were occupied by Britain and France. Nationalist movements were growing. The future of Anatolia, the Middle East, and the former Ottoman lands remained uncertain. The victorious powers, therefore, faced several crises at once. They had to create peace between nations, prevent revolution, rebuild economies, manage collapsing empires, and satisfy populations that believed victory should bring immediate improvement. The peace conference would have to solve all these problems. It could not. In January 1919, representatives from dozens of countries arrived in Paris. The city became the center of world diplomacy. Politicians, diplomats, military officers, experts, journalists, lobbyists, and petitioners filled hotels and government buildings. Each delegation brought maps, statistics, historical claims, and demands. The Paris Peace Conference was intended to produce agreements with Germany and the other defeated powers. But the defeated countries were not invited to participate in the main negotiations. Russia was also excluded. The Bolshevik government had withdrawn from the war, signed a separate peace with Germany, and promoted revolution across Europe. The peace was therefore largely designed by the victors. Among them, 4 leaders dominated the negotiations: Woodrow Wilson of the United States, Georges Clemenceau of France, David Lloyd George of Britain, and Vittorio Orlando of Italy. They became known as the Big Four. But they did not share the same vision. Wilson arrived in Europe as a symbol of hope. He had announced a program known as the 14 Points. It called for more open diplomacy, freedom of navigation, reduced trade barriers, arms reduction, fairer treatment of colonial claims, and a new international organization called the League of Nations. Wilson also promoted the principle of national self-determination. Peoples, he argued, should have a greater voice in deciding the governments and states under which they lived. To many Europeans, Wilson appeared to offer a new form of international politics, one based not only on power, but on rules. Clemenceau had different priorities. France had been invaded twice within 50 years. In 1870, then again in 1914, much of the recent war had been fought on French soil. French towns and industries had been destroyed. Millions of French soldiers had been killed or wounded. Clemenceau wanted security. Germany had to be weakened. France had to be protected. And Germany had to pay for the destruction it had caused. Lloyd George stood between Wilson and Clemenceau. The British public wanted Germany punished. During the election campaign of 1918, politicians had promised that Germany would pay. But Britain also depended on European trade. A completely destroyed Germany would not be able to purchase British goods, pay reparations, or help stabilize the continent. British leaders also feared the spread of communism. A desperate Germany might become revolutionary. Lloyd George therefore wanted Germany weakened, but not permanently destroyed. Italy's leader Vittorio Orlando wanted the territories promised to Italy when it joined the Allies in 1915. But some of those territories contained Slavic populations. Italian claims conflicted with Wilson's principle of self-determination and with the ambitions of the new Yugoslav state. Japan also expected rewards. It had captured German territories in Asia and the Pacific. It wanted its position recognized. It also proposed a racial equality clause for the new League of Nations. The proposal did not receive the support Japan expected. Smaller nations presented their own demands. Poles wanted secure borders. Czechs and Slovaks wanted independence. Romanians wanted Transylvania. South Slavs wanted unity. Arabs expected independence after helping fight the Ottoman Empire. Zionist organizations sought support for a Jewish national home in Palestine. Vietnamese nationalists petitioned for greater political rights under French rule. Colonial peoples heard the language of self-determination and believed it might apply to them. But the great powers often interpreted the principle selectively. Self-determination would help redraw parts of Europe. It would not end European colonial empires. The Paris Peace Conference promised a new international order. But from the beginning, that order was shaped by unequal power. The central question was Germany. How should the victors treat the country that had led the Central Powers? There was no simple answer. Germany had accepted the armistice, believing that peace would be based broadly on Wilson's 14 points. Many Germans expected negotiations. Instead, they were excluded from the drafting process. The Allies themselves disagreed over how severe the settlement should be. France wanted Germany weakened militarily and economically. Some French leaders supported separating territory from Germany or creating an independent Rhineland as a buffer. France also wanted long-term guarantees from Britain and the United States. Without those guarantees, French leaders feared Germany would eventually recover and invade again. Britain rejected the complete destruction of German power. Germany remained an important part of the European economy. British leaders also wanted to prevent France from becoming too dominant on the continent. The United States opposed some of the harshest French proposals. Wilson wanted a settlement that Germany could eventually accept. But he also needed French support for the League of Nations. Compromise became necessary. The Allies debated Germany's borders, its army, its navy, its colonies, its industrial regions, its financial obligations, and the question of responsibility for the war. Each decision affected another. If Germany lost too much industry, how could it pay reparations? If it retained too much military power, how could France feel safe? If German-speaking territories were transferred to new states, what happened to self-determination? If Austria wished to unite with Germany, should it be allowed? The victors often applied principles inconsistently. German-speaking Austria was forbidden from joining Germany without international approval. German communities were placed inside Poland, Czechoslovakia, and other states. Some border changes were decided by plebiscites. Others were imposed. Germany lost Alsace-Lorraine to France. The territory had been taken by Germany after the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–1871. For France, its return represented justice. Germany also lost territory to the newly restored Poland. A corridor gave Poland access to the Baltic Sea. This separated East Prussia from the rest of Germany. The city of Danzig, with a largely German population, became a free city under League of Nations supervision. The Saar region was placed under international administration for 15 years. France received control of its coal production during that period. The Rhineland remained part of Germany, but it was demilitarized. German troops and military installations were forbidden there. Allied forces would occupy parts of the region for a limited period. These measures were intended to create a security zone for France. Germany also lost all its overseas colonies. They were not granted immediate independence. Instead, they were transferred as mandates under the League of Nations. Britain, France, Japan, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and Belgium administered different territories. The system claimed that the former colonies were being prepared for self-government. In practice, it often continued imperial control under a new legal name. Germany's place in Europe was being reduced. But the most controversial decisions concerned military restrictions, reparations, and blame. The Allies believed Germany's military power had to be limited. The German army had nearly won the war. France, in particular, feared what might happen if Germany rebelled quickly. The Treaty of Versailles, therefore, imposed strict military restrictions. The German army was limited to 100,000 men. Conscription was forbidden. The army had to become a small professional force. Germany was not permitted to possess tanks, military aircraft, heavy artillery, poison gas, or certain other modern weapons. The German General Staff was abolished. This organization had played a central role in military planning before and during the war. The navy was also restricted. Germany could keep only a small number of surface ships. Submarines were prohibited. The Air Force was eliminated. The Rhineland was demilitarized. No German troops, fortifications, or military installations were permitted in the zone. For France, these measures were essential. They created distance between German forces and the French border. They also gave France time to respond if Germany began rearming. But the restrictions contained weaknesses. A professional army of 100,000 men could preserve military knowledge. Officers could continue training future leaders. Military ideas did not disappear. Research could be hidden or conducted abroad. Industrial capacity could potentially be converted back to military use. The treaty limited Germany's armed forces, but it did not permanently remove Germany's ability to rebuild them. The restrictions also produced resentment. Many Germans saw them as humiliating. They argued that Wilson had spoken of general disarmament, but Germany alone was being forced to disarm. The victorious powers did not reduce their own forces to the same level. This created the impression that the rules were not universal. They were punishment. German nationalists later used this grievance effectively. They claimed that Germany had been denied equality. They promised to restore military pride. They presented rearmament not as aggression, but as national recovery. The treaty had been designed to reduce the risk of another German attack. But unless it was enforced consistently, the military clauses would remain only words. That enforcement would prove difficult. France and Belgium had suffered enormous physical destruction. Factories were damaged, mines flooded, railways destroyed, homes ruined, farmland rendered unusable. The question was not whether reconstruction would cost money. It was who would pay. The victorious powers demanded reparations from Germany. Reparations were payments intended to compensate for war damage and civilian losses. Britain also wanted compensation, including support for pensions paid to veterans and families. The issue was politically powerful. The Allied public had endured years of sacrifice. Many voters believed Germany should carry the financial burden. But setting the amount was extremely difficult. If the figure was too low, France and Belgium would feel betrayed. If it was too high, Germany might be unable to pay. The treaty did not initially establish a final total. A reparations commission would calculate the amount later. In 1921, the total was fixed at 132 billion gold marks. The number appeared enormous. But the actual payment system was complicated. Germany would not necessarily pay the full headline figure under all conditions. Payments could include cash, coal, ships, industrial goods, and other resources. Even so, the obligations placed severe political and economic pressure on the new German Republic. Germany argued that the amount exceeded its ability to pay. The Allies argued that Germany had caused enormous destruction and had to compensate the victims. Both positions contained truth. Germany had substantial industrial capacity. It was not completely destroyed, but its economy had been disrupted. It had lost territory, resources, colonies, and population. It also faced domestic instability, government debt, and the cost of reintegrating soldiers. Reparations became linked to allied war debts. Britain and France owed money to the United States. They expected German payments to help them meet their own obligations. The financial system formed a chain. Germany paid the Allies paid the United States. American banks later lent money to Germany. Germany used some of that money to make further payments. The system depended on continued confidence and international credit. It was vulnerable. When Germany fell behind on deliveries, France and Belgium occupied the Ruhr in 1923. The Ruhr was Germany's most important industrial region. The German government responded with passive resistance. Workers refused to cooperate. The government paid them by printing more money. The result contributed to hyperinflation. The German currency collapsed. Savings disappeared. Prices changed by the hour. Middle-class families who had saved money for years saw its value destroyed. The economic crisis had several causes. War debt, government policy, reparations, political instability, and the Ruhr occupation all played roles. But in German public memory, the Treaty of Versailles became the central symbol. Later agreements reduced the immediate burden. The Dawes Plan reorganized payments. American loans helped stabilize the German economy. The Young Plan reduced and rescheduled obligations. For several years, the situation improved, but the underlying resentment remained. Reparations were not simply an economic issue, they became a political weapon. German extremists promised to reject them. French leaders feared that reducing pressure would allow Germany to recover. International cooperation depended on trust, and trust had been destroyed by the war. One section of the treaty became more famous than almost any other. Article 231. It became known as the War Guilt Clause. The article stated that Germany and its allies accepted responsibility for causing the loss and damage resulting from the war. Its legal purpose was to establish a basis for reparations if Germany was financially responsible for damage. The treaty needed a legal justification, but Germans interpreted the clause more broadly. To them, it appeared to declare that Germany alone had caused the First World War. That interpretation produced outrage. The origins of the war were complex. Austria-Hungary had declared war on Serbia. Russia had mobilized. Germany had supported Austria-Hungary, declared war on Russia and France, and invaded Belgium. France, Britain, Serbia, and other countries had made decisions that also affected the crisis. The alliance system, militarism, nationalism, imperial rivalry, and political miscalculation had all contributed. Germany bore major responsibility, but many Germans rejected the claim that their country alone was guilty. The clause became especially explosive because most Germans did not feel that their army had been completely defeated. German troops had still been fighting outside Germany when the armistice was signed. Allied forces had not captured Berlin. The government had accepted peace before total military collapse. This allowed a dangerous myth to develop, the stab-in-the-back myth. According to this story, the German army had not been defeated on the battlefield. It had been betrayed by politicians, socialists, communists, and Jews at home. The claim was false. Germany's military leadership had concluded that the war could not be won. The army was retreating, Germany's allies had collapsed. The economy was failing, revolution was spreading. Yet senior military figures avoided accepting full responsibility. Some encouraged the idea that civilian politicians had caused the defeat. The democratic leaders who signed the armistice and later accepted the treaty became targets. They were called November criminals. The war guilt clause gave nationalists another powerful symbol. They argued that Germany had been dishonored. They presented the treaty as a lien imposed by enemies. For many Germans, the emotional humiliation mattered as much as the economic cost. The treaty attempted to assign legal responsibility. Instead, it helped create a political grievance that extremists would exploit for years. In May 1919, the German delegation was finally shown the treaty. They had not been allowed to negotiate its main terms. They could submit written objections, but they could not reshape the agreement through equal discussion. The German representatives were shocked. They had expected a settlement closer to Wilson's 14 points. Instead, they saw territorial losses, military restrictions, reparations, colonial losses, and the responsibility clause. The German government protested. It argued that the treaty violated promises made before the armistice. It objected to the lack of negotiation. It rejected the claim of sole responsibility. Across Germany, political groups condemned the agreement. Some demanded rejection, but rejection carried enormous risk. The Allied blockade remained in force. Allied armies were prepared to advance. Germany's military leaders were asked whether the country could resume the war. The answer was effectively no. The army could not defend Germany against a renewed Allied attack. The country faced invasion, occupation, and further collapse. The government therefore confronted an impossible choice: sign a treaty regarded as humiliating, or restart a war it could not win. The cabinet divided, political leaders resigned. The head of government changed. President Friedrich Ebert asked military commanders whether resistance was possible. They could offer no realistic plan. Germany accepted the terms. On June 28, 1919, exactly 5 years after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the Treaty of Versailles was signed. The ceremony took place in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles. The location carried powerful symbolism. In 1871, the German Empire had been proclaimed in the same hall after France's defeat in the Franco-Prussian War. The reversal was deliberate. For France, it represented justice and restored pride. For Germany, it represented humiliation. The German delegates signed under protest. They did not believe the agreement was a fair peace. They believed it had been imposed. The treaty therefore began with a serious weakness. The defeated country accepted it legally, but not morally. A stable peace requires more than signatures. It requires the major participants to believe the system is legitimate. Germany did not. Woodrow Wilson believed the most important achievement of the peace settlement was not the punishment of Germany. It was the League of Nations. The League was intended to prevent future wars. Member states would meet, discuss disputes, and respond collectively to aggression. The idea was known as collective security. An attack on one member would concern all members. Economic sanctions, diplomatic pressure, and international cooperation would discourage war. The League also supervised mandates, addressed refugee crises, promoted public health, and supported international agreements. It represented an important new idea. Peace should not depend only on temporary alliances and military balance. It should be protected by permanent international institutions. But the League had serious limitations. It had no independent army. It depended on member states to enforce its decisions. Major powers did not always agree. Economic sanctions could be slow. Military action required political will. Most damaging of all, the United States did not join. Wilson returned home and presented the Treaty of Versailles to the United States Senate. Under the American Constitution, the Senate had to approve treaties. Many senators objected to the League. Some feared it would force the United States into foreign wars. Others wanted amendments protecting American decision-making. Wilson refused major compromise. He traveled across the country to build public support. During the campaign, he suffered a severe stroke. The Senate rejected the treaty. The United States made a separate peace with Germany, the country whose president had done the most to create the League remained outside it. Germany was also excluded at first. The Soviet Union remained outside. This weakened the organization's claim to represent the entire international community. The League achieved some successes during the 1920s. It helped resolve smaller disputes, supported humanitarian work, and created forums for international cooperation. But it was strongest when major powers already agreed. It was weakest when powerful states were determined to challenge the system. The League had been created to preserve peace, but its leading architect had failed to bring his own country inside. The collapse of the German, Austro-Hungarian, Russian, and Ottoman empires transformed the map. New states appeared: Poland, Czechoslovakia, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Austria, Hungary, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, later called Yugoslavia. Romania expanded. Italy received territory. Other borders shifted. The principle of national self-determination influenced many of these decisions. But creating nation-states in Central and Eastern Europe was extremely difficult. Populations were mixed. Germans lived in Czechoslovakia and Poland. Hungarians lived outside the new borders of Hungary. Poles, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, Romanians, Slovaks, Croats, Serbs, and many other groups lived across overlapping regions. No border could separate every nationality cleanly. The new Czechoslovak state included more than 3 million German speakers, many living in the Sudetenland. Poland included large Ukrainian, Belarusian, German, and Jewish populations. Hungary lost large territories under the Treaty of Trianon. Millions of ethnic Hungarians found themselves living in neighboring states. Hungarian resentment became intense. Italy was also dissatisfied, although it had been among the victors. It did not receive everything nationalist leaders believed had been promised. The phrase "mutilated victory" became popular among Italian nationalists. They claimed that Italy had sacrificed lives but had been denied its rightful reward. This sense of betrayal would later help extremist politics. The new Yugoslav state brought several South Slavic peoples together. But Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Bosnians, Macedonians, and others did not always share the same political goals. The state contained deep internal tensions. Poland fought wars and border conflicts with several neighbors, including Soviet Russia. In 1920, Polish forces stopped the Red Army near Warsaw. The conflict helped define Poland's eastern border. The post-war settlement created nations that had long sought independence. That was a major achievement, but it also created new minorities, new border disputes, and new grievances. The map was different. The politics of nationalism remained. The Ottoman Empire had ruled large parts of the Middle East for centuries. During the war, Britain and France made several overlapping promises. They encouraged Arab leaders to revolt against Ottoman rule. They discussed dividing Ottoman territories between themselves. Britain also issued the Balfour Declaration, supporting the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, while stating that the rights of existing non-Jewish communities should not be harmed. These commitments were difficult to reconcile. After the war, Arab leaders hoped to gain independent states. Prince Faisal, son of Sharif Hussein of Mecca, presented the Arab case in Paris. Arab forces had fought alongside the Allies. Many believed independence had been promised. But Britain and France had their own imperial plans. The former Ottoman Arab territories were placed under League of Nations mandates. Britain received responsibility for Iraq and Palestine. The Palestine Mandate also included territory later separated as Transjordan. France received Syria and Lebanon. The mandate system claimed to prepare these territories for independence. But many local people saw it as colonial rule under another name. In Syria, Faisal briefly became king, but French forces removed him in 1920. He later became king of Iraq under British influence. New borders were drawn across the region. Some followed administrative divisions. Others reflected British and French strategic interests. They did not always reflect local identities, economic relationships, or tribal patterns. The settlement also contributed to future conflict in Palestine. Jewish immigration increased. Zionist organizations sought to build a national home. The Arab population feared displacement and political loss. Britain had to manage incompatible expectations. The Ottoman collapse also led to conflict in Anatolia. The treaty proposed for the Ottoman Empire, the Treaty of Versailles, would have divided large areas among foreign powers and minority states. Turkish nationalists rejected it, led by Mustafa Kemal. They fought the Turkish War of Independence. The nationalist victory forced the Allies to negotiate a new settlement. The Treaty of Lausanne in 1923 recognized the sovereignty of the new Republic of Turkey. The Middle East created after the First World War was not simply the result of local national movements. The peace settlement ended Ottoman rule. It did not end conflict over the lands the empire had once controlled. Woodrow Wilson's language inspired people far beyond Europe. He spoke of the rights of nations, government by consent, and a new international order. Colonial subjects listened. They asked a simple question: did self-determination apply to them? Representatives from colonized societies traveled to Paris or submitted petitions. They asked for independence, autonomy, equal treatment, or political reform. Many were disappointed. European empires remained largely intact. Britain and France expanded their control through the mandate system. Japan retained former German possessions in the Pacific and gained influence in China. Colonial rule continued across Africa and Asia. A young Vietnamese nationalist living in France, later known as Ho Chi Minh, helped present a petition demanding greater rights for the Vietnamese people under French rule. The petition did not demand immediate full independence. It asked for political representation, legal equality, freedom of the press, and other reforms. It was ignored. Korean nationalists declared independence from Japanese rule in 1919. Demonstrations were suppressed. Chinese anger grew when former German rights in Shandong were transferred to Japan rather than returned directly to China. The decision contributed to the May 4th movement, a major nationalist and intellectual protest. In India, expectations of political reform increased after the country had contributed soldiers, money, and resources to the British war effort, but repression continued. In April 1919, British troops fired on an armed gathering at Amritsar, killing hundreds. The event intensified Indian opposition to colonial rule. The peace conference did not create decolonization, but it changed political language. Colonial leaders increasingly used the principles announced by the West against Western empires. If nations had the right to govern themselves, why should that right stop at Europe's borders? The contradiction would grow over the following decades. The First World War weakened European empires. The peace settlement tried to preserve them. In the long term, it could not. The Treaty of Versailles has often been described as a peace that made another war inevitable. But the truth is more complicated. The treaty was harsh in several ways. Germany lost territory. Its military was restricted. It was required to pay reparations. It lost its colonies. It was excluded from the initial negotiations. And it was forced to accept a clause, widely interpreted as assigning war guilt. These terms created resentment. They weakened the legitimacy of the new German democracy. They gave nationalist politicians powerful grievances. But the treaty was not as destructive as some other settlements imposed during or after the war. Germany remained a united state. Its major industrial regions largely remained intact. It retained a large and educated population. Its economy remained potentially the strongest in continental Europe. The country was not permanently occupied in full. It was not divided into several smaller states. The treaty limited German power, but did not eliminate it. This created a central contradiction. The settlement was harsh enough to produce resentment, but not strong enough to prevent Germany from recovering. To enforce the treaty permanently, the Allies needed unity. They did not have it. The United States withdrew from European security commitments. Britain often favored compromise. France remained fearful, and sometimes acted independently. Germany looked for ways to revise the settlement. During the 1920s, cooperation improved. Germany joined the League of Nations. Agreements at Locarno reduced tensions in Western Europe. Reparations were reorganized. Foreign loans supported economic recovery. For a time, the treaty system appeared to be stabilizing. This suggests that another war was not unavoidable. the peace could have developed differently. But the system depended on economic stability, political moderation, American financial involvement, and continued cooperation among the major powers. When the Great Depression began in 1929, those foundations collapsed. International lending declined. German unemployment rose. Political extremism grew. Governments became more nationalist. Cooperation weakened. The treaty did not directly create every crisis that followed, but it created grievances and vulnerabilities that later crises could exploit. The question was not simply whether Versailles was too harsh. It was whether the victors were willing and able to maintain the order they had created. They were not. The government that signed the Treaty of Versailles was Germany's new democratic state. The Weimar Republic, it faced enormous difficulties from the beginning. Many Germans associated it with defeat. The Republic had not started the war, but it inherited the consequences. Its politicians signed the armistice, accepted Versailles, managed reparations, and tried to rebuild the economy. Their enemies called them traitors. The political left wanted deeper revolution. The political right wanted to restore authoritarian rule. National strength, or monarchy, armed groups fought in the streets. Communist uprisings occurred. Right-wing coups were attempted. Political assassinations targeted democratic leaders. Former soldiers joined paramilitary organizations known as Freikorps. These groups fought revolutionaries but also weakened respect for democratic authority. In 1920, the Kapp Putsch attempted to overthrow the government. It failed when workers launched a general strike. In 1923, Germany faced its greatest early crisis. France and Belgium occupied the Ruhr after Germany failed to meet reparation deliveries. The government supported passive resistance. Workers stopped production. The state printed money to support them. Hyperinflation destroyed the currency. People carried banknotes in baskets. Workers demanded payment several times, a day before prices rose again. Life savings disappeared. Debts became worthless. Those with property or foreign currency sometimes benefited. Those dependent on salaries, pensions, or savings suffered. The crisis damaged faith in democratic government. In the same year, a small extremist movement attempted to seize power in Munich. Its leader was Adolf Hitler. The beer hall putsch failed. Hitler was arrested. The Nazi Party remained relatively weak. Germany later stabilized under new leadership and international agreements. A new currency was introduced. The Dawes Plan reorganized reparations. Foreign investment returned. Culture and industry recovered. The mid-1920s became a period of relative stability, but the Republic's enemies had not disappeared. The army remained partly separate from democratic politics. Conservative elites distrusted parliament. Nationalists rejected Versailles. Communists rejected capitalism. Nazis rejected democracy, equality, and the entire post-war order. The Weimar Republic survived during years of economic improvement. The true test would come when prosperity ended. The United States had played a decisive role in the Allied victory. Its economic support, industrial strength, and growing army helped shift the balance in 1918. Woodrow Wilson had also played a central role in designing the peace. Yet after the war, the United States stepped back. The Senate rejected the Treaty of Versailles. America did not join the League of Nations. Wilson's plan for collective security lost the participation of one of the world's strongest powers. The United States did remain economically involved in Europe. American banks provided loans, American diplomats supported financial agreements. American industry and trade remained important, but political and military commitments were limited. France had expected security guarantees from Britain and the United States. These were meant to compensate France or giving up some demands for a more independent Rhineland. When the United States did not ratify the guarantee, Britain's commitment also failed to take effect. France was left uncertain. It had accepted compromises, but did not receive the full protection it expected. This influenced French policy. France sought security through alliances with smaller Eastern European states. It also insisted on treaty enforcement and reparations. Britain increasingly favored accommodation with Germany. British leaders believed some German complaints were reasonable. They also feared French dominance, economic instability, and communism. The result was division among the victors. Germany could exploit these differences. When France demanded enforcement, Britain sometimes called for compromise. When Britain sought reconciliation, France feared abandonment. The United States remained outside the main political system. Collective security requires collective commitment. The post-war order never received enough. During the 1920s, there were reasons for hope. The worst economic crises eased. Germany joined the League of Nations. European leaders signed the Locarno treaties. Germany accepted its western borders with France and Belgium. France, Britain, Germany, Italy, and Belgium promised to respect the agreement. In 1928, countries signed the Kellogg-Briand Pact, renouncing war as an instrument of national policy. International cooperation appeared to be growing. But serious weaknesses remained. The eastern borders of Germany were less secure than the western ones. Nationalist grievances continued in Germany, Hungary, Italy, and elsewhere. The League lacked strong enforcement. Reparations and war debts remained dependent on American credit. Then, in 1929, the global economy collapsed. The Wall Street crash reduced American lending. Banks failed, trade declined, factories closed, unemployment rose. Germany was hit especially hard. Its recovery had depended heavily on foreign loans. When those loans disappeared, the economy contracted. Millions lost their jobs. Moderate political parties lost support. Voters turned toward movements promising radical solutions. Communists gained strength, so did the Nazis. Adolf Hitler offered simple answers. Germany had been betrayed. Versailles had enslaved the nation. Democracy had produced weakness. Communists and Jews were enemies within. Germany needed unity, rearmament, territory, and a powerful leader. These claims were based on conspiracy, prejudice, and lies. But they spoke directly to anger created by defeat, economic crisis, and national humiliation. The Treaty of Versailles did not create Hitler. Antisemitism, authoritarian nationalism, racial ideology, political violence, and fear of communism had deeper roots. But Versailles gave Hitler a target. He promised to destroy the treaty, rebuild the army, recover lost land, and restore German greatness. As the democratic system weakened, that promise attracted millions. The peace settlement had been designed to prevent another German war. Within 14 years, a government dedicated to overturning it would take power in Berlin. The Treaty of Versailles and the wider Paris peace settlement transformed the world. They ended the legal state of war between Germany and the Allies. They restored Poland, created Czechoslovakia, recognized new states across Europe, returned Alsace-Lorraine to France, reduced Germany's military power, established the League of Nations, and introduced the idea that international disputes should be managed through permanent institutions. These were significant achievements. The settlement also attempted to address minority rights, labor standards, public health, refugees, and international cooperation. It was not simply an act of revenge. Many negotiators genuinely believed they were building a better system. But the peace also contained major failures. Germany was excluded from meaningful negotiation. The defeated powers saw the settlement as imposed. Self-determination was applied inconsistently. New borders created new minority problems. Colonial rule continued. Arab expectations were disappointed. Italy and Japan felt disrespected. The United States rejected the treaty. France did not receive the permanent security guarantees it expected. Britain and France disagreed over enforcement. The League lacked the power and participation necessary to stop determined aggressors. The economic settlement linked reparations, war debts, and American lending in an unstable system. Most importantly, the treaty did not create a shared understanding of the war. France saw Versailles as protection. Germany saw it as humiliation. Britain saw it as a compromise requiring revision. A peace cannot remain stable when its major powers disagree about what that peace is supposed to accomplish. Versailles ended one war. It did not remove the forces that had caused conflict. Nationalism remained. Imperial rivalry remained. Fear remained. Racial prejudice remained. Economic competition remained. And the belief that military power could solve political problems remained. The battlefield had gone silent. The struggle for Europe continued.